The Project Gutenberg ebook of A Guide to the Shell and Starfish Galleries. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. Title: A Guide to the Shell and Starfish Galleries. Author: E. A. Smith, F. J. Bell, R. Kirkpatrick. Release date: May 12, 2024. Ebook number 73609. Language: English. Original publication: United Kingdom, British Museum of Natural History, 1901. Credits: Richard Tunsing, Dryder, and the online distributed proofreading team at https://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images generously made available by the Internet Archive/American Libraries. Start of the Project Gutenberg ebook. A Guide to the Shell and Starfish Galleries. Transcriber's note: new original cover art included with this ebook is granted to the public domain. British Museum, Natural History, ground floor. A Guide to the Shell and Starfish Galleries, Mollusca, Polyzoa, Brachiopoda, Tunicata, Echinoderma, and Worms. Department of Zoology. British Museum, Natural History, Cromwell Road, London, SW, with numerous illustrations. Printed by order of the trustees. 1901. All rights reserved. London, printed by William Clowes and Sons, Limited, Stamford Street and Charing Cross. Preface. One of the large north galleries approached from the Bird Gallery is devoted to the exhibition of the extensive class of mollusca. Specimens of the types of all the principal divisions of this class are exhibited, either entire and preserved in spirit, or as models. However, as not the animals, but their shells have always been a favorite object of study, and a popular source of pleasure to collectors, the exhibition of the species of shells has been made as complete as the space of this gallery admitted. It has thus proved adequate for the requirements of the majority of visitors and students who consult this collection. A separate series of British shells is exhibited in some small table cases along the west wall. This gallery also contains the exhibited series of Polyzoa, Brachiopoda, and Tunicata. The Starfish Gallery, so called from one of the best-known types of the Echinoderma, contains an exhibition of the animals of this class, as well as of the somewhat heterogeneous assemblage of creatures which are comprised under the popular name of worms, vermes. These animals possess greater attraction to students of natural history than to the general public, and many, from their small size or the soft nature of their body, are not suitable for exhibition. Therefore no attempt has been made to show more than a carefully selected number of the types of the larger groups. But the exhibition of very complete series, supplemented by models or figures, to illustrate the remarkable life history of some of these animals, also of specimens of the worms which possess a special interest from their relation to man, render this gallery particularly instructive to the student. This guide has been prepared by Mr. E. A. Smith, Mr. F. J. Bell, and Mr. R. Kirkpatrick, who have special charge of the collections described. In conclusion, thanks are due to Messrs. A. and C. Black, Messrs. F. Warren & Co., Messrs. Macmillan & Co., Crosby Lockwood & Son, and the Linnean Society for kindly allowing the use of clichés from illustrations in various works published by them. E. Ray Lancaster. Table of Contents. The Shell Gallery. Page General Notes on Mollusca 1 Systematic Arrangement 7 Amphineura, chitons, etc. 7 Gastropoda, marine univalves, land snails, etc. 9 Lamellibranchia, bivalves, oysters, cockles, etc. 29 Cephalopoda, octopus, cuttlefish, etc. 45 Index to principal genera of mollusca. 51 General notes on polyzoa. 54 Classification. 57 An account of the Brachiopoda. 74 Classification. 77 An account of the Tunicata. 83 Arrangement. 90 The Starfish Gallery. General account of the Echinoderma. 106 Crinoidea, lily stars, etc. 112 Asteroidea, starfishes, 113 Ophiuroidea, brittle stars, 114 Echinoidea, sea urchins, 114 Holothurioidea, sea cucumbers, 115 Vermes platyhelminthes, tapeworms, etc. 116 Nematodes, roundworms, etc. 118 Annulata, marine worms, earthworms, leeches, 122. The Shell Gallery. General notes on mollusca. The mollusca constitute one of the principal divisions of the animal kingdom, and include such animals as the octopus, cuttlefish, snail, slug, whelk, cockle, and oyster. Definition. They may be characterized as soft, cold-blooded animals, without distinctly marked external division into segments, as in worms. Their cerebral ganglia, the center of the nervous system, lie above the commencement of the gullet, and are connected with the inferior ganglia by nerve cords. Their heart consists of 2 or more chambers, and is situated on the dorsal side of the animal. It drives the blood into spaces between the various organs of the body. Only the cephalopods possess internal cartilages, but all are without a bony internal skeleton. In the majority this is compensated by an external hardened shell which is formed, secreted, by the outer covering of the animal termed the mantle. The shell may consist of 2 parts, valves, as in the oyster, or may be single, as in the whelk and limpet, or composed of a series of plates, as in the coat of male shells or chitons. When well developed it is hardened by a rich deposit of carbonate of lime, but it may be gelatinous, as in Cymbelia, or altogether absent, as in octopus. It may cover and protect the body, as in the oyster, lie within the folds of the mantle, as in the sea hares, Aplysiidae, or it may be quite internal, as in the horny pen of the squid. It may be elongated, as in the elephant-tooth shell, Dentalium, cup-shaped, as in the limpet, or spirally coiled, as in the snail. Description of the animal. The mantle may form a free fold on either side of the body, as in the bivalves, or it may become largely attached to the body wall, as in the snail or the slug, and so give rise to an air chamber, which, when its walls are richly supplied with blood, serves as a lung. The ventral surface of mollusks is produced into the so-called foot, which may be very variously modified. The foot may be more or less hatchet-shaped, or curved and capable of serving as a leaping organ, or sole-shaped and adapted for creeping. Its margins may be produced into elongated processes, as the so-called arms of the octopus, 8 in number and provided with suckers, or of the nautilus, where the arms are much more numerous, but shorter and without suckers. In the cephalopods, also, another part of the foot may fold over from either side and form a median funnel, through which the water of respiration is driven outwards, causing the animal to move in the opposite direction, this part of the foot having, therefore, still the function of an organ of locomotion. By means of their muscular foot the Solonidae, or razor shells, burrow in the sand. The pond snails, Limniidae, crawl on aquatic plants and swim reversed on the surface of the water. The limpet clings to the rock, and the cockles and trigonias take surprising leaps. The operculum. Upon the upper surface of the foot, in many gastropods, a flat hard structure termed the operculum is situated, which, when the animal is retracted, partly or entirely closes the aperture of the shell. In some cases, as in the turbos, it is very strong and of a stony nature, but in most instances it is horny. It is differently constructed in distinct families. It may be annular and multispiral, annular and paucispiral, subannular and ovate, or subannular and unguiculate. In the nerites it is shelly, somewhat semicircular, closes the aperture of the shell, and is furnished with a stout projection on the straight edge, fitting like a hinge under the inner lip of the shell. A series of opercula is exhibited inside table case C. The breathing organs. Thread-like processes on either side of the body, the so-called gill filaments, often unite with those in front of and behind them, and so give rise to plates. These, when well developed, are best seen in the division to which the oyster and the mussel belong, and which, therefore, has been called the division of the plate-gilled mollusks, or lamellibranchia. Where the body is coiled or twisted on itself, as so often happens, the gills of one side may be altogether lost. Sometimes, as in Philurha, when the body is small and its wall thin, the gills, ctenidia, disappear altogether, and there is no special breathing organ. In others the loss of the gill is compensated by the formation by the mantle of a lung. This is most often seen in the forms that live on land. But these so-called gills may have other functions. In the lamellibranchs, where there is no head and no special means by which the creature can obtain food, the delicate waving filaments or cilia with which they are covered cause currents in the surrounding water, by means of which minute organisms are brought to the mouth. The radula. All mollusks, except the lamellibranchs, have a very remarkable structure developed in the floor of their mouth cavities, on a basis of cartilage, which may be moved backwards and forwards by muscles. There is developed a horny plate, which may be of considerable length, and which has its upper surface covered with a number of more or less fine, flattened, or spiny outgrowths, which are known as teeth. This is the odontophore, tongue, radula, or lingual ribbon, see figure 3.1. The eyes. Eyes may be absent, as in nearly all the headless lamellibranchs, but in other mollusks they are generally present, and may be more or less well developed. An instructive series of stages is exhibited by the cephalopoda. In Nautilus the eye remains an open pit. In Amatostrophes two chambers appear, the anterior of which is bounded posteriorly by the lens, and is open to the exterior, so that sea water enters it. In Sepia, finally, the anterior chamber becomes closed in front. We may observe that the eyes of all cephalopods are at first pit-like, or pass through a stage which is permanent in Nautilus, one of the geologically oldest types. Cephalic eyes have recently been noticed in Mytilus and Avicula. Eyes of a more complicated structure, which are modified tentacles, are sometimes found on the edges of the mantle in lamellibranchs, e.g. pecten. These eyes resemble those of vertebrates, and differ from those of most invertebrate animals in having the fibers of the optic nerve entering the distal and not the proximal ends of the retinal cells. Eyes of a similar construction are to be found on the back of the shellless Oncidium, and may be about 100 in number. Eyes of a remarkable character on the shells of some of the chitons appear to be modified from tactile organs, and are innervat like the ordinary molluscan eye. They sometimes occur in enormous numbers, more than 10,000 being present on one animal, see wax model, case 2. Organ of hearing. In cephalopods the ear, like the eye, is known to make its first appearance in the form of an open pit, the mouth of which gradually closes up, leaving only a narrow slit in communication with the exterior. It is probable that in many forms the so-called ear is an organ by means of which the mollusk becomes acquainted with changes in the surface over which it is passing. It is often found deeply embedded in the substance of the foot, where it forms a closed vesicle. Sense of smell. There is no doubt that the carnivorous gastropoda are gifted with a sense of smell, and throughout the series we observe patches of modified cells of the body wall, the osphrodium, which serve either as olfactory organs or as an apparatus for testing the nature of the water of respiration. The sexes and reproduction. The sexes are distinct in the most highly organized mollusca, but are united in the same individual in some of the lower forms, such as land snails, the opisthodontia, including the bubble shells, sea slugs, and in some bivalves. The reproduction of mollusca is in all cases effected by means of eggs. In some instances the young are actually hatched within the oviduct of the parent, as in the freshwater snails, vivipara, and apparently in most bivalves the eggs are also retained within the valves until hatched. The ova of many mollusks are deposited in masses enclosed in capsules. Some of them are very wonderful and complicated structures. Those of the cuttles and their allies are clustered like grapes, each capsule containing but a single embryo, but in the calamaries or squids they form a radiating mass of elongated sacs, each containing from 30 to 200 eggs, and it has been estimated that one of the spawn clusters of the common squid, Loligo vulgaris, contains as many as 40,000 ova. Everybody knows the spawn cases of the common whelk, found so abundantly on the sea beach, consisting of a large number of yellowish capsules, heaped one upon another and forming an irregularly rounded mass. As many as 500 or 600 capsules may be piled together in a single heap, each capsule containing several hundred eggs, of which perhaps only 30 or 40 are hatched. In other genera, as Tethys, Doris, Eolis, and the eggs are contained in a spirally rolled ribbon or strap-like structure, and some of the Nataceae build a somewhat similar capsule, composed of the eggs cemented together by sand and a gelatinous material, the whole forming 2/3 of a circle narrowed at the upper part. Terrestrial mollusks deposit, in comparison with their marine relations, but very few eggs. They are sometimes covered by a thin soft skin, but in certain groups, such as the large South American Strophochili and the African Echidnae, which include the largest of known land mollusks, they are protected by a hardened calcareous shell, in some instances fully an inch in diameter. The freshwater forms, Limnaea and Phissa, deposit from 30 to 100 eggs enveloped in a gelatinous mass. The number of eggs produced by some bivalves is enormous. The common oyster is said to produce 1 million or more, and the American variety 10, or even 60, times as many. Some of the river mussels are also very prolific, as many as 2 millions being sometimes the product of a single individual. A small series of the eggs of land snails and of the egg capsules of some marine gastropods is exhibited inside table KC at the side of the gallery. The ova of mollusca may be gradually developed into the form of the parent, or there may be a free-swimming larva, which has a circlet of cilia near the anterior pole of its body, so-called villager larvae, or there may be special larvae, as in the case of the freshwater mussel, the glochidium, as it is called, which has a toothed bivalve shell by which it can fix itself to fishes. Duration of life. The limits of age of mollusks has been definitely ascertained in a few instances only. Most land snails probably live about 2 years, although in confinement some have been kept alive for a much longer time. Some of the marine forms live for a considerable period, the common oyster not attaining full growth until about 5 years old, after which it may continue to live for many years. The giant clam, a specimen of which is placed in the upright cases near the entrance to the gallery, must, one would think, have a very long existence, judging from the size and thickness of the shell. Hibernation and torpidity. All terrestrial mollusks hibernate in cold climates, hiding themselves away in the ground between roots and similar sheltered places. In tropical countries some assume a state of torpidity, estivate, during the hottest and driest season of the year, closing up the aperture of their shells with a temporary lid or door, epiphragm, in order to resist the dryness of the atmosphere. Some of these summer sleepers are endowed with a remarkable tenacity of life. An Australian pond mussel has been known to live a year after being removed from the water. Several land snails have revived after a captivity of from 2 to 5 years, without any food whatever. One of the most remarkable instances of this kind occurred in the British Museum. A specimen of Helix desertorum, a common desert snail from Egypt, was fixed to a tablet in March 1846, and in the same month of the year 1850 it was discovered to be alive. It must have come out of its shell in the interval, and finding it was unable to crawl away, had again retired within it, closing the aperture with a new epiphragm, but leaving traces of slime upon the tablet, which led to its immersion in water and subsequent revival, having passed a period of 4 years in a dry museum without the smallest particle of food. The actual specimen is here figured, Fig 1. Fig 1-2 Helix desertorum. See Black Table Case 1. Economic uses. The economic uses of mollusks to man are manifold, and will be mentioned in the course of the description of the several families, but here may be the place to direct the attention of visitors to side table cases B and D at the side of the room, containing some specimens of articles manufactured from shells, such as cameos, flowers, bracelets, brooches, and see geological history. Mollusca made their appearance on the globe at a very early epoch in the history of the development of animal life. A large number of fossil forms, such as Nautilus, Lituates, Orthoceras, and C, being found in the oldest Paleozoic formations. Probably all these belong to the Tetrabranchia, of which one descendant only, the pearly Nautilus, has survived to our period. Some gastropods and bivalves coexisted with those ancient tetrabranchs, but these types abounded more in the later geological epochs, many tertiary forms being undistinguishable from species which now exist. General distribution. The greater number of mollusca are inhabitants of the sea, some passing their whole life at the surface hundreds or thousands of miles away from land, others at the bottom of the ocean at all depths, some having been dredged at 5 miles from the surface. Many are found in much shallower water, and a large number between tide marks. Rivers and lakes furnish an immense variety of forms, and vast numbers live on land in all situations on mountains, in valleys, forests, and deserts. Mollusks are either animal or vegetable feeders, the former preying principally upon other members of their own class. Systemic arrangement. The following table shows the systematic arrangement of the mollusca adopted in the shell gallery class Amphineura. Order 1 Polyplacophora. Chitons. 2 Aplacophora. Neomenia, Chaetoderma, etc. Class 2 Gastropoda. Section Streptoneura. Order 1 Sciotibranchia. Nerites, top shells, ear shells, limpets. 2 Pectinobranchia. Rock snails, whelks, olive shells, harp shells, cones, stroms or wing shells, periwinkles, carrier shells, etc. Section Euthenura. Order 1 Opisthodobranchia. Bubble shells, sea hares, umbrella shells. 2 Pulmonata. Land and freshwater snails, false limpets. Class 3 Scaphopoda. Tooth shells, Dentalium. Class 4 Lamellibranchia. Bivalved mollusks. Order 1 Protobranchia. Nucola, etc. 2 Philobranchia. Anomia, common mussel, arc shells, etc. 3 Pseudolamellibranchia. Pearl oyster, hammer oyster, wing shells, etc. 4 Eulamellibranchia. Freshwater mussels, cockles, razor shells, shipworms, etc. 5 Septibranchia. Poromia, etc. Class V Cephalopoda. Order 1 Tetrabranchia. Pearly Nautilus. 2 Dibranchia. Octopus, or pulp, argonaut, squids, and cuttlefishes. Class I Amphineura. Cases 1 to 3. The mollusks of this class are characterized by bilateral symmetry. The head and arms are situated at the opposite extremities of the elongated body, the gills, genital ducts, and circulatory organs being paired and similar on both sides. The first order belonging to this division, the Polyplacophora, includes the coat of male shells, or seawoodless, Chitonidae. They have their back armed with 8 shelly plates which overlap one another like tiles, and, like wood lice, have the power of rolling themselves into a ball. These plates are embedded at the sides into the fleshy mantle, beneath which, on each side of the foot, are arranged the gills. A chiton differs in many respects from other mollusca. It has a shell like an isopod crustacean, a heart down the back like a sea worm, symmetrical organs of reproduction on each side like the bivalves, a head and crawling foot like a true limpet, and a posterior anal orifice. These several anatomical peculiarities at one time induced certain eminent authorities to hesitate in considering them mollusks, but now that the development from the egg has been investigated, their association with the mollusca may be considered definitely settled. Fig. 2. Coat of male shells, or chitons. 1 Chiton squamosus, upper surface. 2 Chiton elegans, lower surface A, mouth, B, foot, C, mantle, D, gills. Chitons are found in all parts of the world, the finest inhabiting tropical countries. They live chiefly on rocks and under stones at low water or at moderate depths, but a few forms have been discovered by the Challenger expedition at depths exceeding 2,000 fathoms. The numerous sections of the group are principally distinguished by differences in the edges of the plates or valves which are inserted in the mantle, and in the different kinds of ornamentation upon the upper surface of the mantle border. This, in some species, is quite smooth, in others covered with a dense mass of minute grains or scales, and in others armed with short prickly spines. In the giant Cryptochiton of Kamchatka the plates are entirely covered over by the thick leathery granular mantle, and in another set, Cryptoplax, which consists of long slug-like animals, the plates are very small, and placed at intervals along the back. About 500 living species are known, and about 1/4 that number has been found fossil from the Silurian age downwards. Case 3. The second order of Amphineura, namely, the Aplacophora, comprises a few somewhat worm-like mollusks which are devoid of a shell, but have instead the dorsal surface more or less studded with numerous minute calcareous spines or spicules. Neomenia, Proneomenia, Chaetoderma are genera belonging to this order. Class II Gastropoda. Cases 4 to 135. In contradistinction to the preceding class, these mollusks are asymmetrical, especially in respect of the gills and the spiral coiling of the viscera and most of the shells. They may be divided into 2 sections, Streptoneura and Euthenura, distinguished by differences in the arrangement of the visceral nerve loop. Section Streptoneura. Cases 4 to 94. The mollusks of this section are bisexual and furnished with a shell, and generally with an operculum. The gills are in front of the heart and the visceral nerve loop is twisted into a figure of 8. The section contains 2 groups or orders, Sciotibranchia and Pectinobranchia. Order 1 Sciotibranchia. The Sciotibranchia have a free bipectinate gill, or the gill may be absent, lepida, halicina, and generally exhibit traces of bilateral symmetry. Case 4. The Acmeidae are called false limpets, because, although the shells are identical with the true limpets, the animals differ in having only a small gill on the left side of the neck, whilst the patelli have the gills greatly developed all round the sides of the foot. Both the true and the false limpets are littoral and found on rocks between tide marks. They have the power of excavating the surface to which they attach themselves, and adhere so firmly that it is easier to break the shell than detach the animal. The largest known limpet, Patella, Ancestromyces mexicana, K7, inhabits the west coast of Central America, its shell having sometimes a length of 12 inches. The limpets are vegetable feeders and fond of seaweeds of various kinds, which they rasp with their remarkable spiny tongues. That of the common English limpet, P. vulgata, Fig. 3, is longer than the shell itself, and armed with as many as 19-20 glassy hooks in 160 rows of 12 teeth each. The limpet is commonly used for bait in the sea fishing off the Scottish coast, and vast quantities are consumed as food in some parts of Ireland. Some limpets, such as P. compressa, P. midilina, etc., are found on the stems of floating seaweeds, and have the shells usually thinner and smoother than the rock limpets, which have to resist the fury of the breaking waves. Fig. 3. 1 radula of the common British rock limpet, Patella vulgata, natural size. 2 transverse series of teeth, A. median teeth, B. laterals, C. unsini or marginals. Fig. 4. The common rock limpet, Patella vulgata. British. 1 animal, A. foot, B. fringed mantle, C. tentacles, D. mouth, E. eyes, F. gills. 2 side view of shell, showing the impression or scar of the attachment muscle, G3. Upper surface of the shell. Case 8. The keyhole limpets and slit limpets, Fissurellidea, resemble in external shape ordinary limpets, but are perforated at or near the apex, or more or less slit at the front margin. The hole or slit gives passage to a tubular fold of the mantle, through which the water apparently flows to the gills. The largest species are from California and South America, and others are found, but not abundantly, on most shores. The animal of the large Leucopina crenulata from California is 8 or 10 inches in length, and almost conceals the shell, and the shell of the South African Pupillea aperta is also all but hidden beneath the mantle of the animal. Fig. 5.3 Pleurotomaria adansoniana. Case 9. 1/3 natural size. Case 9. The Pleurotomariae are extremely rare in recent times, only 5 species being known, whereas over 1,000 fossil forms have been described. The specimens of P. adansoniana and P. bayracki exhibited in Case 9, are among the finest acquisitions to the shell collection of recent years. Cases 9 to 11. The ear shells or ormers, Haliotidae, are found adhering to rocks in most parts of the world, with the exception of South America. They are lined with pearl, and many exhibit splendid colors and sculpture externally. Like the limpets, they hold onto the rocks with such tenacity that it is absolutely impossible to remove some of the larger species by force without injuring the shell. Boiling water or mustard and water poured over them will, however, soon compel them to relinquish their hold. The shell of Haliotis is pierced by a series of holes parallel with the left margin. Through such of them as are open the animal protrudes a slender filament or feeler, and the water also finds its way through them to the gills beneath. The single British species, H. tuberculata, is not actually found on the English coast, but common on rocks and stones at low water in the Channel Islands. It is frequently eaten by the poor of those islands and the north of France. Other species in New Zealand, China, Japan, West Africa, and elsewhere, constitute a common article of diet among the natives. Haliotis shells are largely used in the manufacture of pearl ornaments, and in all kinds of inlaid work. Fig. 6. Top shell, Turbopethylatus. From the Indo-Pacific Ocean, A. Inner surface of operculum. B. Exterior of ditto. Cases 12 to 18. The Trochidae, and Turbinidae are two extensive families, the animals of which are very much alike, and mainly distinguished by the operculum, which in the former is horny, and shelly in the latter. The shells of these families are beautifully pearly within, and the external shelly coat is generally brightly colored and highly ornamented. Several very pretty species are found on our own shores. The opercula of Turbopethylatus, Fig. 6, from the Indian and Pacific Oceans, are frequently mounted in gold and silver as scarf pins, earrings, and sea cases 18 to 20. The nerites are mostly found in tropical countries, and, like the winkles, are very strongly made, to resist the force of the breaking waves. The neritinus are partly found in the sea, and partly in fresh water, and are less solid shells. The third section of Nerididae, the Septarii, are shaped very much like limpets, except that the apex is at one end instead of central. They are, however, very different animals, and furnished with a shelly operculum embedded in the foot. Order 2 Pectinobranchia. Cases 22 to 94. In most cases the mollusks of this order have an attached monopectinate gill and a single osphrodium. A few are fresh or brackish water forms, but the majority are marine. Case 22. The river snails, Viviparidae, might be termed freshwater periwinkles, as the animals of both are very similar. The true vivipari are viviparous. They are rather sluggish, and found at the bottom of ponds and rivers feeding on decaying animal and vegetable matter. Fig. 7. The common British river snail, vivipara. A. Head, B. Tentacles, C. Eyes, D. Foot, E. Operculum. Cases 23 to 25. The Cyclophoridae are land shells, which, however, cannot properly be considered true lung breathers like ordinary snails. They have not the closed lung chamber of the pulmonates, their eyes are placed at the base of the tentacles instead of at their tips, they have a long proboscis armed with a different rasping tongue, radula, a spiral operculum, and the sexes are distinct, whereas the true snails are hermaphrodite. The operculated air breathers have been divided into many sections, chiefly on account of differences in the apertures of the shells and in the opercula. They most abound in hot countries, but a few species are met with in temperate regions. Cases 25 to 26. The apple snails, Ampullariidae, live in the rivers and marshes of tropical regions, and, although represented by a large number of species, exhibit comparatively slight variations in form and color. The animal has both a pectinated gill and a lung cavity, being thus enabled to breathe either water or air. Fig. 8. Ampullaria canaliculata. Cases 27 to 28. The periwinkles, Littorinidae, are found almost on every known shore, they feed upon all kinds of marine vegetation. Some species are met with at low water mark, others on rocks almost beyond the reach of the sea, and some have been discovered inland nearly half a mile away from the shore. It is calculated that 1,900 tons of the common periwinkle, Littorina littoria, of the value of £15,000, are annually consumed in London alone. Cases 31 to 32. The family of Calyptriidae includes the slipper limpets, Crepidula, and the cup and saucer limpets, Crucibulum. Although furnished with a foot, they rarely crawl about, but remain attached to rocks, stones, or other shells, sometimes forming a shelly plate under the foot by which they become fixed to the spot where they have taken up their abode. Cases 32 to 35. The cowrie shells, Cypraidae, are remarkable for their varied markings and splendid polish, which is produced and preserved by two flaps of the mantle, one on each side, which fold over the back, a line down the center of which usually marks where the flaps meet. The animals are even more brilliantly colored than the shells. They have no operculum, but a large foot, which they can withdraw entirely within their shell, although the aperture is usually very narrow. Cowries, as is well known, are sold as ornaments, and a small yellow species, the money cowrie, C. moneda, which is very common in the Indian and Pacific Oceans, passes current as coin among the Negro tribes of certain parts of Africa. The specimen of Cypraea leucodon figured on P16 is extremely valuable and supposed to be the only one hitherto discovered. The orange cowrie, Cypraea aurora, is worn by chiefs in the Friendly Islands, and is considered the highest order of dignity. Only one small species, Trivia europea, is found on the British coast, and about 100 fossil forms have been discovered in the chalk. Fig 9. The tiger cowrie, Cypraea tigris. From the Indo-Pacific Ocean, A. The shell, B. The mantle, C. Foot, D. Siphon, E. Proboscis, F. Tentacles, G. Eyes. Case 35. Of the Ovulidae, the most curious is the weaver's shuttle, radius valva, in which the shell is peculiarly beaked at both ends. It is found living on barked corals, Gorgoniidae, and some of the smaller species exhibit differences of coloration, resembling the tints of the gorgonias upon which they are found. Cases 36 to 37. The Naticas are mostly blind, and have a very large foot, suitable for burrowing in the sand when in quest of bivalves. They are very voracious. This is one of the groups of shells that have continued to exist from Paleozoic times. Case 38. The violet snails, Ianthinidae, are found floating about in every ocean, excepting in cold regions, with the spire of the shell downwards, and the bottom, being more exposed to the action of light, is more deeply tinted than the upper part. They feed upon jellyfish, and construct a gelatinous raft, filled with air bubbles, beneath which the females attach their eggs. Fig 10. Cypraea leucodon. Case 32. Cases 38 to 41. The Melaniidae are freshwater snails which abound in most tropical and subtropical countries. About 1,000 species are known. They are mostly of dark colors, and are fond of muddy places. Cases 42 to 43. The Cerathiidae are chiefly marine forms, some, however, entering brackish water. About 500 fossil species have been described, some of them gigantic in comparison with any now living, of which more than 200 are known. Case 44. The Scala scalaris was formerly considered a great rarity, as much as 40 pounds having been given for a single specimen, which might now be purchased for as many pence. Fig 11. Scala scalaris. Case 44. Cases 46 to 47. The worm shells, Vermitidae, are a very peculiar family. Their shells can scarcely be distinguished from the shelly tubes which are formed by certain species of marine worms, Serpula, and C. They are free and spiral in early life, but afterwards become distorted and generally attached to rocks, stones, and C. A foot for walking purposes therefore would be of no use, consequently it is more or less obsolete, serving only as a support to the operculum. Case 48. The screw shells, Turritellidae, have elongate tapering shells. About 100 recent and 200 fossil species are known. One species only, Turritella communis, is now found living on the British coasts. Case 49. The Xenophoridae have the singular habit of cementing to the exterior of their shell, stones, pieces of coral, and fragments of other shells, hence they have been called carrier shells, and, according to the kind of material chosen, have been named conchologists and mineralogists. Beyond acting as a disguise, and consequently as a protection, there does not appear to be any special utility in thus adding to the weight of their own shells. The animals do not glide like most other mollusks, but scramble along like the stroms, the form of their foot being small, divided into a front, expanded, and a hind, tapering portion admirably adapted to the nature of the ground on which they live, which usually consists of broken and dead shells. Cases 49 to 52. The wing shells, Strombidae, are the largest of the gastropods with a proboscis or non-retractile snout. They do not crawl like most other gastropods, but progress by a sort of hopping movement. They act as scavengers, feeding on decomposing animal matter. The Strombus gigas, or fountain shell, occurs in great numbers in the West Indies, and is a very heavy solid shell. It is a favorite ornament for rockwork and fountains in gardens, and, like the helmet shells, is used for cameo carving. It is also employed in the manufacture of porcelain, as many as 300,000 having been imported into Liverpool in 1 year for that purpose. Cases 51 to 52. The scorpion shells, or spider claws, as they are sometimes called, Pterocera, possess singular claw-like projections, which are developed on the outer lip of the shells. Cases 53 to 54. The trumpet shells, Lodoreidae, have varices or strengthening ribs at intervals, like the murices. The largest species, Lotorium variegatum, is used by South Sea Islanders as a horn or trumpet. A hole is made in the upper part of the spire to blow through, and the sound produced can be modulated or varied by inserting the hand in the aperture or mouth of the shell. Cases 55 to 56. The helmet shells, Cassididae, are used for cameo carving. They consist of differently colored layers, so that the ground color of the carving is of a different tint from the subject engraved. The most artistic shell cameos are produced in Italy, whence the art has been introduced into France and England. The Cassis madagascarensis, Fig 12 on p19, is in special request by shell carvers on account of the strong contrast of the white upper layer with the dark ground beneath. Extinct forms of Cassis are found fossil in tertiary formations, but none of them equal in size the largest living species. Case 57. The tun shells, Doliidae, are remarkable for the globousness of the shells, which are covered with very regular revolving ribs. Cases 58 to 60. The Fasciolariidae contains two of the largest living gastropods, Megalatractus aruinus, from North and West Australia, and Fasciolaria gigantea, which is found off the coast of South Carolina, and attains at times a length of 2 feet. Cases 61 to 64. The mitras, Mitridae, are great favorites with shell collectors, on account of their beautiful colors and varied sculpture. There are about 600 living species already known, and between 1 and 200 have been found in a fossil state. Shells of this group, like the Fasciolariae, are distinguished by a few plates or folds on the inner side of the aperture, the columella. Mitras are almost exclusively found in tropical or subtropical regions, the majority being met with either at low water mark or in comparatively shallow water. Cases 64 to 66. The family of Buccinidae also contains a very large and various assemblage of forms. Among them may be mentioned the whelks, Buccinum. See Fig 13 on p19. Fig 12. Cassis madagascarensis, with cameo engraved upon it. Side table case B Fig 13. The common whelk, Buccinum undatum. A. Siphon, B. Foot, C. Tentacles, D. Eyes, E. Operculum. Cases 70 to 76. The family of Muricidae, or rock shells, is another extensive group, containing many very handsome and peculiar forms. The animals of this family have a long proboscis, at the end of which is the spiny tongue, radula, and which is retractile within the body. The true murices produce at intervals ribs or varices, which in some species are ornamented with long spines or foliations, and which indicate periods of growth, but of what duration we do not know. They are all carnivorous, feeding chiefly on other mollusca, boring through the shells of bivalves with their spiny tongue, and slowly devouring the unfortunate inhabitant piecemeal. From certain species of murex, M. brandaris, and C., found in the Mediterranean, the ancients manufactured the celebrated Tyrian purple dye. Cases 74 to 75. The purples, purpura, are found between tide marks all over the world. Magellus, belonging to the family Coralliophilidae, case 77, is found among coral reefs in tropical seas, and has the remarkable habit of lengthening the aperture of its shell into an elongate tube, in order to keep pace with the growth of the coral, and to prevent its being overgrown and killed. Cases 78 to 81. The volutes, Veludidae, are a group of shells also much sought after by shell collectors. Some of these attain to a very large size, the animals inhabiting them being enormous. The boat shells, Simba, and melons, Symbium, are ovoviviparous, the young being carried about by the parent until they are an inch in length. Volutes are found chiefly in the warmer parts of the Atlantic and Indo-Pacific Oceans, and occur in the greatest variety on the coasts of Australia. Cases 81 to 83. The olives, Olividae, are common in most tropical seas, and are remarkable for their beautiful polish and various patterns of coloring. In structure and form they are very similar to each other. They burrow in sand in quest of bivalves for food, and some species are said to have the power of swimming by expanding the lobes of the foot. Case 84. The harps, Harpidae, form a small well-marked group, of which probably nearly all the existing species have been discovered. The animals inhabiting these beautiful shells are also brightly colored. They have the remarkable power of casting off a portion of the foot when disturbed. The species are known from the Indo-Pacific Ocean, the west coast of Central America, and West Africa. Cases 85 to 87. The next family, the slit lips, Pleurotomatidae, consists of very numerous species, over 1,000 living forms having been discovered, and almost as many fossil species from Cretaceous and Tertiary strata have been described. The typical forms are characterized by a slit in the outer side, lip, of the aperture. Species of Pleurotoma are found in every sea, although most abundant in the tropics, and, although so numerous in species, the number of specimens is small in comparison with some other genera. Cases 87 to 89. The auger shells, Terebridae, like the cones, present a great similarity in form, but, unlike them, have a great diversity of sculpture or external ornamentation. They are all elongate shells, with a deep notch at the base of the aperture. Owing to the length and comparative solidity of the shells, the animals of many of the species do not carry their shelly structures on their backs, like most other species, but drag them along the sandy sea bottom. Fig 14. The glory of the sea cone, Conus gloriamaris. Case 94. From the Philippine Islands. Cases 89 to 94. The conidae, or cones, form one of the most beautiful portions of the collection of shells. This family, of which between 400 and 500 distinct kinds are known, is a great favorite with collectors on account of the brilliant colors and various patterns of the shells. Some, owing to their beauty and rarity, have been sold at very high prices, as much as £50 having been paid for a single shell. The cones are found in all tropical seas, but are rare in cold or temperate latitudes. None are met with on our own shores, one species alone being known from the Mediterranean. They occur fossil in the chalk and tertiary strata. These animals are all carnivorous, and live usually in shallow water among rocks and coral reefs. Some of them are said to bite when handled, and to be dangerously poisonous, the bite in some instances having been all but fatal. Case 94. The Atlantidae, Pterotrachiidae, and Coronariidae, at various times recognized as forming a distinct subclass or order of gastropoda, under the name of Heteropoda or Nucleobranchiata, are now regarded as families of aberrant gastropods organized for swimming in the open sea. The atlantas are found in great numbers in warm latitudes, and are provided with a glassy, thin, flat, spiral shell, not unlike a keeled ammonite. The glassy shell of the Carinaria is one of the most beautiful structures of any mollusk, and at one time was such a rarity that 100 pounds are said to have been given for a single specimen, which at the present time is perhaps worth only from 5 to 10 pounds. Species of Carinaria are found in the Mediterranean and warmer parts of the Atlantic and Indian Oceans. The animal is large, semi-transparent, and elongate, with a compressed fin-like foot which projects from the body, and is used in swimming. The gills are placed towards the hinder part of the back and covered by the shell. They feed on jellyfish of various kinds, and probably on other soft animals. Fig 15. Glassy nautilus, Carinaria lamarcki. A. Proboscis, B. Tentacles, C. Shell, D. Gills, E. Foot, F. Sucker. Section Euthenura. Cases 94 to 135. The gastropods belonging to this subclass have the visceral nerve loop straight and not twisted as in the Streptoneura. All the Euthenura are hermaphrodite, and their radula is generally composed of numerous similar denticles on each side of a median tooth. Scarcely any of these forms are provided with an operculum in the adult state. The Euthenura may be divided into two orders, Opisthodobranchia and Pulmonata. Order 1 Opisthodobranchia. Cases 94 to 97. All the mollusks of this order are marine, some, Tectibranchia, breathing by means of the ordinary gastropod tenidium, which is generally behind the heart, whereas others, Nudibranchia, have developed a different type of respiratory organs. The Opisthodobranchia include the pteropods formerly considered as a distinct class, the bubble shells, Bulidae, the sea hares, Aplysiidae, the umbrella shells, Umbraculidae, the nudibranchs, and some others. Fig 16. Shell-bearing pteropod, Cavolina tridentata. Case 96. A. Shell and animal. B. Side view of shell. C. Dorsal view of shell. The pteropods 4 are sometimes called sea butterflies, and are organized for swimming freely in the ocean. They have a pair of fins developed from the sides of the mouth or neck, which perform a flapping movement during progression. Some pteropods, Thecosomata, are provided with small glassy shells, others, Gymnosomata, are naked. They exist in countless millions in some parts of the ocean, discoloring the water for miles. They constitute the principal food of the baleen whales. Fig 17. Shell-less pteropod, Clion limachina. A. Dorsal view. B. Ventral aspect. About 100 species are known. Case 96. The sea hares, so called on account of a slight resemblance to a crouching hare and not for their nimbleness of foot, are found in most parts of the world, in pools at low water. At the hinder part of the back, two flaps of the mantle partly conceal a thin horny shell which serves as a protection to the gills and vital organs beneath. When molested, these animals discharge a large quantity of a purple fluid, discoloring the surrounding water for a distance of more than a yard. Fig 18. Sea hare, Tethys, Aplysia, punctata. British. A. Labial tentacles, B. Upper tentacles, or rhinophories, C. Siphonal fold of the mantle near the shell, D. I. Case 97. The shell of umbraculum is shaped very like that useful article, an umbrella, of the Chinese pattern. The animal is very large, having its breathing organs on the right side below the shell. Case 97. The nudibranchs or naked-gilled mollusks comprise some of the most beautiful and strange forms. They are unprovided with shells except in the earliest stages of their existence, when they dwell in a minute nautiloid shell, furnished with an operculum, both of which are subsequently cast off. Unfortunately, the colors of these beautiful creatures cannot be preserved after death, and therefore a small series of glass models is exhibited, which will give some idea of their great variety in form and coloring. They are found in most parts of the world, chiefly in shallow water, but a few species live upon floating seaweed in the open sea. Over 100 species exist on the British coast, the majority of which are, however, very small. They are chiefly carnivorous, feeding on other mollusks, sea anemones, and sea fig. 19. The umbrella shell, Umbraculum mediterraneum. A. Shell, B. Gills, C. Tentacles, D. Mouth, E. Foot. Fig. 20. Naked-gilled mollusk, or nudibranch, Dodo coronata. A. Head, B. Foot, C. Gills, D. Tentacle sheath, E. Tentacle. Order 2 Pulmonata. Cases 97 to 135. The pulmonata are furnished with a lung cavity in place of the ordinary gill of other gastropods, and may be termed true air breathers. Most of them are provided with shells, and, with the exception of the amphibolidae, never possess an operculum. They are divisible into two groups or suborders, Basomatophora and Stylomatophora, characterized by a difference in the position of the eyes. The Basomatophora, including the Auriculidae, Amphibolidae, Siphonariidae, and Limniidae, have a single pair of non-retractile tentacles, at the base of which are situated the eyes. The Stylomatophora, land snails, slugs, and sea, are provided with two pairs of retractile tentacles, with the eyes at the summit of the upper pair. Over 10,000 species of pulmonata are known. Basomatophora. Cases 97 to 98. The first group of the aquatic air breathers, the Auriculidae, chiefly inhabit salt or brackish water. The largest forms are tropical and found at the mouths of rivers, among the roots and stems of mangrove trees, or in damp woods near the sea. Cases 98 to 99. The limpet snails, Siphonariidae, seem at first sight to be out of place among the snails and slugs, and more nearly allied to the rock limpets, but the character of the tongue, radula, and the closed respiratory cavity indicate a close relationship with the present group. Fig. 21. 3 rows of teeth of the radula of Siphonaria. C. Central, L. Lateral teeth. The shells of Siphonaria may be known from limpets by a slight bulging on one side, caused by a radiating groove which interrupts the muscle of attachment. They are marine, and are found on rocks between tide marks, chiefly in tropical countries. Cases 99 to 101. The Limniidae are only found in fresh water. Most of them occasionally rise to the surface to breathe, where they glide along foot uppermost, at times suspending themselves by a glutinous thread, after the fashion of a spider. All countries appear to have their peculiar species. The freshwater limpets, Ancylus, live attached to stones and leaves of plants, and have not the habit of floating, but, like the rest of the Limniidae, feed on freshwater algae, confervae, and decayed vegetable matter. Fig. 22. British pond snail, Limnia stagnalis. 1 upper view, A. Foot, B. Tentacles, C. I. D. Muzzle. 2 lower view, letters A, B, C as above, E. Mouth, F. Respiratory orifice. Stylomatophora. Cases 102 to 135. True snails, Helicidae, etc., have a distinct head furnished with eyes, tentacles, cutting upper jaws, and rasping teeth, and all are protected by a spiral shell. They are almost exclusively vegetable feeders, subsisting chiefly on leaves. The sexes are not distinct. Many of the species are beautiful objects on account of the brilliancy of their coloration, and some are remarkable for the variation they exhibit in this respect. Species of Helicidae are found in nearly every part of the world and in all situations, from sea level to an altitude of 12,000 feet. They are fond of moisture, and in hot and dry weather retire within their shells, remaining torpid until the return of dew and rain. Helix pomatia, case 119, which is found on the chalk in the south of England and on the continent, is commonly eaten in Austria, France, and Belgium. The eggs of land snails vary in texture, size, and in numbers. They are usually white, but in some instances yellow and pale green. Those of some of the large South American forms are as hard as that of a hen, and more than an inch in length, case 120. Fig 23. British land snail, Helix pomatia. A. Eye-bearing tentacles, horns, B. Lower or smaller tentacles. Slugs, cases 106,107, are very like snails without external shells. Most of them, however, possess a small internal shelly plate, or a few calcareous granules hidden beneath the skin of the back. Some have a large slime pore at the end of the foot, and others are slightly phosphorescent. Like the snails, they are fond of damp localities, and at times become great pests to farmers in devouring the young shoots of the growing corn. Testicella, which is found in this country, differs from the slugs in having an external shell at the tail end of the foot. It is not slimy, and lives underground, feeding upon earthworms. Class 3 Scaphopoda 5 Fig 24. British tooth shell. Dentalium tarentinum. A. The shell. B. The animal, removed from its shell, F. The foot. Case 136. The tooth shells, Dentaliidae, form a distinct group, the shells of which are very unlike those of any other mollusk, but closely resembling the shelly tubes constructed by certain kinds of marine worms. The Dentalia have neither eyes nor tentacles, or a distinct head like gastropods. Their organs of circulation and respiration are of a rudimentary kind, and they have no heart. The sexes are separate. Their foot is adapted for burrowing in sand, in which they live and obtain their food, which consists of foraminifera and minute bivalves. One species, Dentalium preciosum, found on the shores of Northwest America, was until recently used as money by the Indians. Class 4 Lamellibranchia 6 cases 137 to 204. The mollusks belonging to this class have neither head, nor cephalic eyes, nor jaws or tongue like those of the other classes, and are enclosed in a shell which consists of two plates or valves held together on one side of the margin by a horny, elastic substance, called the ligament. Bivalves do not creep about in search of food, but find their means of existence in the shape of minute particles, both animal and vegetable, which happen to be contained in the water which they breathe. Some, however, are capable of locomotion by means of a well-developed foot, and a few swim through the water by alternately opening and shutting their valves. The body is enclosed within two lobes of the mantle which line the interior of the valves, and which at their base are firmly attached to the shell, producing on the shell a scar or impression called the pallial line. The gills are lamellar or leaf-like, and placed on each side of the body. Each gill is called a tenidium, and consists of an axis which is partly attached to the body of the mollusk. This axis generally gives off two plates consisting of hollow filaments which are parallel with one another, directed downwards towards the ventral side, and in most cases long and refolded upon themselves, so that each plate becomes in reality a double lamella. In a few instances, however, the filaments are simple and not reflected. They are connected with one another by microscopic cilia, sometimes by vascular junctions, and the dependent and reflected portions, lamellae, of each filament may be connected by interlamellar vascular junctions. The mouth is merely an oval aperture at the anterior end of the body, and generally furnished on each side with soft thin flaps, or labial palps, which have the function of conveying the food to the mouth. The mantle secretes the substance out of which the shell is formed. The two valves are always in contact at the hinge, which is generally formed by small interlocking projections or hinge teeth, and they are closed by large adductor muscles, which are attached to impressions in the interior of the shell. When these muscles cease to act, as after death, the valves of the shell open in consequence of the elasticity of the ligament on the dorsal margin. The majority of species have two principal adductors, one at each end, like the Venus shells, cockles, razor shells, and but in oysters, scallops, and a few others, there is but a single central muscle. All bivalves are aquatic, and the majority marine. They are found burrowing in sand or attached to rocks. Some perforate stones and corals, others wood, and a few construct a sort of nest of fragments of shells, stones, and Many schemes of classification have from time to time been propounded, based upon the presence or absence of respiratory siphons, the number and position of the adductor shell muscles, the character of the shell hinge, and The most recent arrangement is founded principally upon the structure of the gills. The value of such a classification has yet to be fully tested. Mr. Paul Pilsner has suggested 5 orders of lamellibranchs: Protobranchia, Philobranchia, Pseudolamellibranchia, Eulamellibranchia, Septibranchia. Fig 25. From the Cambridge Natural History. Messrs. Macmillan and Co. A. Protobranchia. B. Philobranchia. C. Eulamellibranchia. D. Septibranchia. M. Mantle, V. Body. F. Foot. E. Outer gill lamella, I. Inner gill lamella, E. Reflected portion of outer lamella, I. Reflected portion of inner lamella, S. Septum-like gill. Fig 26. Gill of Mytilus 7a, part of 4 filaments showing ciliated interfilamentar junctions, CJ. B. Diagram of a single filament showing the 2 lamellae connected at intervals by interlamellar junctions, ILJ, and the position of the interfilamentar ciliated junctions, EP. Protobranchia. Fig 25, A. Case 137. In this order the filaments of the gills are not reflected, but arranged in 2 divergent rows, the foot being expanded and flattened beneath with crenulated margins and with the byssal gland very slightly developed. The Nucleidae and Solenomyidae are the only families belonging to this order. The shells of the former are remarkable for the numerous fine interlocking hinge teeth, and those of the latter on account of the strong fringed periostracum. Philobranchia. Fig 25, B. Cases 137 to 145. In this group the gills are smooth, with the filaments directed downwards, reflected, and connected one with another by interfilamentar ciliated junctions, but the lamellae are not connected. The foot is usually provided with a well-developed byssal gland. Anomia, Arca, Trigonia, and Mytilus belong to this order. Cases 137 to 138. The family of Anomaidae contains a number of more or less pearly shells remarkable for a deep notch or hole in the lower or flat valve through which a shelly plug passes, by means of which the animal attaches itself to other shells, stones, and C. Anomia enigmatica is found adhering to leaves in mangrove swamps. Case 138. The Placunidae, sometimes called window shells and saddle oysters, are very flat pearly shells with a remarkable hinge, which consists of two long divergent teeth, like A, to which the ligament is attached. The species are few in number, and inhabit sandy shores of India, China, and North Australia. Cases 139 to 141. The Arcidae are a family of strong ponderous shells varying much in form and sculpture. The animals have a longish pointed foot, deeply grooved along the bottom, no labial palpi, and free margins to the mantle, which are not prolonged into breathing siphons. Many of the arcs often anchor themselves by means of a strong byssus. The shells of this family are usually radiately ridged, and the hinge is composed of a number of teeth arranged along the hinge line, which is generally straight. Arca tortuosa, from China, has the valves curiously twisted. The section Barbatia is remarkable for the coarse fibrous character of the epidermis, Scapharca for its unequal valves, and Cucullia, from the Indian Ocean, for the elevated ridge bounding the posterior muscular impression. Glycymeres, better known as Pectunculus, has the hinge teeth arranged in an arched series, and the shells are more regular in growth than in many other forms of Arcidae. Case 141. The Trigonidae are one of those families which have all but disappeared during our period. Only 3 or 4 living species are known, whilst more than 100 fossil forms have been described from the Jurassic and Cretaceous formations. Australia, where some of the oldest types of animal life persist, furnishes also the existing species of Trigonia, Fig 27. The animals have a long, sharply bent, pointed foot like the cockles, with which they make surprising leaps. The shells are beautifully pearly within, and ribbed and noduled exteriorly. Fig 27-8 Trigonia margaritacea. Case 141. Cases 142 to 145. The Mytillidae, or mussels, are too well known to need description. The small foot, which is brown in the common species, is not much used in creeping about, but has the power of spinning a byssus or bundle of tough threads, by means of which the animals attach themselves to rocks and one another, forming colonies of vast numbers. Mussels have always been much eaten in this and other maritime countries, and large quantities are brought to the London market from the Dutch coast. At times they are unwholesome, but all the exact causes of this are not known. Mussels seem to be found on every shore, and some of the species are very widely distributed, the common edible mussel, Emmetellus, being found on every European coast, on the shores of North and South America, in the Arctic and Antarctic oceans, and probably on the coasts of Australia. One group of mussels, Lithodomus, case 144, burrow in rocks and other shells, forming holes just large enough to contain their shells. L. dactylus is sold as an article of diet on the shores of the Mediterranean. Pseudolamelibranchia. Cases 145 to 160. The gills in this order are plicate, and the 2 lamellae of each plate are furnished with conjunctive or vascular interlamellar junctions, and the filaments are connected by interfilamentar ciliated discs in some cases, in others by vascular concrescence. The mantle margins are separated all round, and the foot is either small or wanting. Only a single adductor muscle is generally present. The pearl oysters, true oysters, and scallops are the forms which constitute this order. The large family of Aviculidae includes the wing shells, Avicula, the pearl and hammer oysters, Meleagrina and Malleus, and pinna, Fig 28. Some species of pinna attain to a length of 2 feet. They are found embedded in the sand with the narrow pointed end downwards. They form a large silky byssus, which can be woven or knitted into gloves, socks, etc. See side table case B. The hammer oyster, Malleus, is so called from its rude resemblance to a hammer. The pearl oysters, Meleagrina margaritifer, Fig 29, possess rather heavy strong shells, lined with very thick layers of mother-o'-pearl. Hundreds of tons of these shells are annually collected at the great pearl fisheries of North and West Australia, and imported into Europe. The pearl oyster of Ceylon, M. fucata, case 146, is a smaller species, and collected more for the pearls than the shells. The round pearls, which are valued so highly, are either excrescences of the pearly layer or are found loose in the fleshy parts of the animal. Some small foreign body which has accidentally penetrated under the mantle and irritates the animal is covered with successive concentric layers of nacre, thus attaining sometimes, but rarely, the size of a small filbert. The nacre is generally of the well-known pearly white color, very rarely dark, and occasionally almost black. The action of the animal in secreting successive layers of nacre over any foreign body which intrudes between the mantle folds, and thus converting it into a pearl, is strikingly illustrated by two specimens in which, in the one case, an entire fish, and in the other a small crab, have been so enclosed. See side table case E. Fig 28. British fen mussel, Pinna pectinata A, the byssus. Case 150. Fig 29. Pearl oyster, Meleagrina margaritifer. Case 146. The most ancient and, even at the present day, one of the most important of the pearl fisheries is that carried on the western shores of Ceylon. The banks, or spots on which the oysters grow, are at an average depth of 30 to 60 feet, and extend several miles along the coast. The oysters, which should be 6 or 7 years old when collected, are gathered in baskets by native divers and hauled up by ropes into hundreds of small boats. The shells are then brought to land and placed upon the ground to die and putrefy, and then minutely examined for the pearls, which are either found loose in the shells or embedded in the fleshy parts of the oysters. As many as 2 million oysters have been brought ashore on one day, but the number obtained varies very much according to the state of the banks. A small proportion of the oysters contain pearls, in some only very small ones, seed or dust pearls as they are called, are found, and very few contain pearls larger than a pea, which are so highly valued. In his account of the pearl fishery of Ceylon, the Reverend James Courtiner says that he saw the operation of sorting the pearls performed. The produce of 17,000 oysters weighed only 3/4 pounds and was contained in a vessel smaller than a common soup plate. Out of that quantity there were not found 2 fine perfect pearls, all of the largest were slightly deformed, rugged and uneven, but of the smaller sizes many were round and perfect. The chief qualities which regulate the value of pearls are size, roundness, and brilliancy of luster. Of the smallest kind several may be bought for a shilling, whilst many £1,000 have been given for a single fine pearl of surpassing beauty. Other important pearl fisheries besides that of Ceylon are carried on in the Persian Gulf, on the west coast of Central America, and especially northwest Australia, where diving dresses are now employed in collecting the shells. The Chinese obtain pearls artificially from a species of freshwater mussel, Dipsas plicata. In order to do this they keep them in tanks and insert between the shell and the animal either small shot or small round pieces of mother of pearl, which soon receive regular coatings of nacre and assume the look of ordinary pearls. They also insert small metal images of Buddha, which also soon become covered with pearl and firmly cemented to the shell. the production being to the uninitiated a supernatural testimony to the truth of Buddhism. A shell treated in this way is exhibited in one of the small cases, at the side of the room. Cases 152 to 154. The ostrati, or oysters, undoubtedly take the first rank among mollusks as regards usefulness to mankind as an article of food. They have no foot, the mantle is entirely open, with double edges, each being bordered by a short fringe, and the labial palps are large and somewhat triangular. There are on each side a pair of simple gills, which appear closely striated. The single adductor muscle is large and nearly central, see Fig 30. The oyster is, except in the very young state, entirely incapable of locomotion, and always attached by the deeper valve to other shells, rocks, or other substances. The common British species is not full grown until it is about 5 or 7 years old. A series of different ages, from the spat to the adult form, is exhibited in case 152. During the months of May, June, and July the eggs are discharged into the gills, where they remain until hatched, and it is during this period that oysters are out of season. In the American oyster, O. virginica, on the contrary, the eggs are said to be hatched outside the parent shell. Oysters of different kinds are found on nearly every shore. The gigantic ojigas is said to grow to the length of 3 feet in the Bay of Tayaku, Japan, where it is commonly eaten. About 200 fossil species have already been described. Cases 154 to 156. The spondylidae, or thorny oysters, closely resemble the scallops, but the shells are more spiny, heavier, united by interlocking teeth, and one of the valves is attached to rocks, corals, etc. Many of the species are very brightly colored, and from the fact that small quantities of water are sometimes enclosed in cavities in the inner layer of the shell, they have been called water clams or water spondylii. Fig 30. Common edible oyster, Ostrea idalis. A. Labial palpi, B. Gills, C. Mantle, D. Junction of the two folds of the mantle, E. Large adductor muscle, F. The shell. Case 156. The limas, Limidae, are very like the pectens, but the inner edge of their mantle is fringed with very long thread-like filaments. The shells are always white, generally more or less oblique, and radiately ridged. They appear to be found in most seas, and either swim about freely like the young scallops by flapping their valves or attach themselves by abysses, sometimes forming a sort of nest, consisting of pieces of coral and shell or small stones, in which they are completely concealed. Cases 156 to 160. The scallops or fan shells, Pectinidae, are well known for their beautiful colors, sculpture, and excellent flavor. The animal has a distinct foot, which is not, however, used as a locomotive organ, but employed in spinning abysses of attachment when required. The young pectens dart through the water by opening and suddenly closing their valves. The species are very numerous, worldwide in their distribution, and may be found at depths from a few to 3,000 fathoms. Eulamelabranchia. Fig 25, c. Cases 160 to 204. In this order the gills have interfilamentar and interlamellar vascular junctions, and there are generally 2 adductor muscles. The order is very extensive, comprising nearly 60 families, of which only the more important can be referred to. The Cardiidae and Astartidae have strong solid shells, frequently ornamented with radiating or concentric ribbing, and usually are coated with a dark epidermis. They have the general appearance of certain Veneridae, but the animal has no prolonged siphons, but merely a fringed opening in the mantle. One very remarkable species, Thecaliacon camerata, Case 161, has an internal cup-like process within the valves, which serves as a nursing pouch for the young. Cases 162 to 163. The Lucinidae are almost invariably white shells, and may generally be recognized by the very long muscular scar in front on the inner surface of the valves. They occur in all parts of the world, and the fossil forms, which are still more numerous than those now living, have existed at every epoch from the Silurian. Cases 166 to 177. Of the freshwater mussels or Unionidae, more than 1,200 species have been already discovered. They are found in most parts of the world, the greatest number having been described from North America. In Unio, the edges of the mantle are not united along the bottom and not prolonged into siphonal tubes. At the posterior end there are two openings, of which the upper or excretal orifice is simple, and the lower or bronchial fringed at the edge. Two cephalic eyes have recently been noticed by Mr. P. Pelsnier. The foot is very large and adapted for crawling and burrowing. The sexes are distinct, and the shells of the females are somewhat more tumid than those of the males. Margaritana margaritifer, case 168, which is found in this country and in Europe, sometimes produces handsome pearls, but not equal to those obtained from the pearl oyster of tropical seas. The hinge in this family is extremely variable, being in some instances delicate and toothless, anodonta, Fig 31, b, whilst in others it is enormously thickened and furnished with strong interlocking teeth, see Fig 31, a. Fig 31. Case 178. The family Ethereidae, or freshwater oysters, consists of but three genera. Etheria contains African, and Malaria and Bartetia Indian and South American forms. When young, the shells of Etheria, which are common in the Nile, are free and not unlike an anodonta, but when adult they become attached and irregular and look like an olive green oyster. They are, however, provided with two muscular impressions instead of one, as in ordinary marine oysters. Still more remarkable is Malaria lobata of Colombia, which, when young, freely moves about and has two adductor muscles, but in time becomes attached and stationary, and then possesses but a single adductor. Cases 179 to 181. The Tellinus have usually thin shells, and their two siphons are longer and more completely separated from each other than in the Veneridae. The pallial line is widely and deeply sinuated, and the ligament generally external. In the genus Semele of the family Scrobiculariidae, it is placed within the hinge margin. They live in great numbers beneath the sand in shallow water, and are occasionally used as food. Cases 183 to 185. The Mactridae have an internal ligament to the hinge, the siphons are joined together and fringed at the ends, and the pallial line is more or less sinuated. Spicula solidissima, case 184, the largest species found on the coast of the United States, is a common article of diet. Fig 32. Common British cockle, Cardiomedule. A. Foot. B. Excellent siphon. C. Bronchial or inhalant siphon. D. Edge of mantle. E. Ligament. F. Umbones or beaks of the shell. The next family, Veneridae, have long respiratory siphons and a sinuated pallial line. Many of this tribe are very beautiful in form and coloring, and most of them have very hard, strong shells. The valves are united above by an external ligament, and the hinge plate is toothed. Nearly all of them live buried an inch or two beneath the sand or mud, but a few are found burrowing in rocks. Probably the majority of the species of this family might be used as food. Venus varicosa, of our own southern shores, is frequently eaten both in this country and abroad, and Venus mercenaria, case 189, is commonly sold in the markets of Philadelphia and New York. Cytherea lazoria, case 185, also forms a favorite article of diet among the poorer classes in Japan, and several kinds are eaten by the natives of New Zealand and other countries. Cases 192 to 194. Some of the cockles, Cardiidae, from warm latitudes are highly colored and adorned with most beautiful sculpture. Probably the majority are eatable, as the common cockle, Cardiomedule, of the British coast. The foot of these mollusks is very large, bent, and used for leaping. The siphons are short and fringed at the margins. Cases 195 to 196. The Tridacnidae, or true clams, differ from other bivalves with united mantle margins in having but a central adductor muscle. In the typical species the animal is attached to the rocks by a byssus, a strong fibrous structure which passes through an aperture at the upper part of the shell. A species found in the Red Sea, T. elongata, is eaten by the natives, and the shell employed for the manufacture of lime. Tridacnagigas, the largest known bivalve mollusk, sometimes weighs over 500 pounds, that exhibited in the upright cases at the entrance of the gallery being 310 pounds in weight. A large pair bordered with gilt copper are used as benetiers or holy water vessels in the Church of Saint Sulpice in Paris. Tridacnae are found associated in large numbers in lagoons, among coral reefs in the eastern and Pacific seas. The animals are described as presenting a beautiful iridescent glare of blue, violet, and yellow variegated with fantastic markings. Fig 33. Left valve of the giant clam, Tridacnagigas. Length, 36 inches. Weight, 154 pounds, weight of the two valves, 310 pounds. Case 196. The genus Chama consists of tropical species, which are found fixed to corals, rocks, etc. Nevertheless, they have a small bent foot, but what purpose it serves is difficult to conceive. In this place attention should be called to the Hipparididae and Radiolididae, very remarkable extinct families of bivalve mollusks which occur abundantly in the Cretaceous strata of southern and eastern Europe, Egypt, etc. They are remarkable for the solidity of the shells, the relatively small space occupied by the animal, and the complicated character of the hinge and processes bearing the adductor muscles. They are usually classed near to the Chimidae, but their true position as regards living mollusca is very problematical. A fine series of these shells is exhibited in Gallery 8, Wall Case 5, in the Geological Department. Cases 198 to 199. The Myidae, popularly known as gapers, on account of their valves being open at one or both ends, have the mantle united all round, except where the small foot is protruded. The siphons are very long, united almost to the ends, and covered with a coarse wrinkled outer skin. They bury themselves in mud and sand at low water mark or in shallow water. The species are few in number, and chiefly from the shores of northern countries. Mya arenaria of our own coasts is largely eaten in some parts of Europe and North America. Fig 34. British gaper, Mya truncata. A. Foot. B. Siphon sheath. C. Excellent siphon. D. Inhalant siphon. E. Umbones or beaks. F. Anterior. G. Posterior end of shell. Case 198. The corbulae, case 198, have one valve larger than the other and are like little Mya, but the valves are almost closed and their siphons are very short. Fig 35. British razor shell, Solon siliqua. A. Foot. B. Mantle. C. Inhalant siphon. D. Excellent siphon. E. Shell. Cases 199 to 201. Many of the Solanidae, or razor shells, possess very elongated shells, and are remarkable for the great development of the foot, which can be pointed or contracted as may be required for boring into sand. By means of this powerful foot the animals, when disturbed, bore with such rapidity and to such a depth that their capture is a matter of great difficulty, and even when seized they hold on so tightly that at times they suffer their foot to be torn off rather than be captured. They not only burrow in sand, but also have the power of darting through the water, like the scallops. Solans were considered a dainty dish by the ancient Greeks, and numbers are still eaten by the poorer coast population of this country and abroad. Cases 201 to 202. The Pholatidae, or pittox, are very remarkable shells, of an unusually complicated structure, some having the power of boring into rocks, wood, mud, sand, etc. Their shells are white, adorned with prickly sculpture, and, although thin, are strong. The foot is believed to be the principal excavating instrument, but the shell no doubt is used as a file to enlarge the hole as the creature grows. These animals are brightly phosphorescent, and certain species are eaten at many places on the shores of the Mediterranean. They appear to be indifferent as regards the material they bore into, for the common Phyllis dactylus, Fig 36, of our own shores has been found in slate rocks, mica schist, coal shale, new red sandstone, chalk, marl, peat, and submarine wood. The siphons are long in the pittox, united except near the end, and enclosed in tough skin. The species are worldwide in their distribution, and several are found fossil in some of the tertiary formations. Fig 36. Pittock, or borer, Phyllis dactylus. From the British coast. One animal in the shell, A. Foot, B. Siphons, C. Inhalant orifice, D. Exhalant orifice. 2 shell, E. Accessory valves, or plates. Case 202. The Pteridinidae, or shipworms, are also borers, like the phyllodes, but do not perforate rocks. They are principally wood borers, the large Cuphus arenaria, which is an exception, living buried in the sand. The shipworm has a long worm-like body, from 6 to 12 inches in length, which is more or less enclosed in a thin shelly tube or sheath. The true bivalved shell is at the thicker end, and protects the mouth, labial palps, the liver, and other internal organs. At the opposite, or more slender, end of the animal, the mantle is produced into 2 small tubes, one of which conveys the water to the gills, whilst through the other the water is expelled, charged with the woody pulp excavated by the foot. At the end there is a pair of pallets, or paddles as they are sometimes termed, which are probably used as a means of defense, enclosing the shelly tube after the contraction of the siphons. Fig 37. Shipworm, Pteridonorvagica. Case 202. A. Animal, removed from its shelly tube, P. Pallets, S. Exhalant siphon, S. Inhalant siphon. B. C. Different aspects of the shell. These animals are most destructive to ships, piers, etc., and wood, which is not protected by metal, when once attacked, is soon riddled through and through. They work either with or across the grain, and although the holes may be all but touching, they seldom appear to run into one another. Fig 38. Watering pot shell, Brechites vaginifer. Case 204. A. Bivalve shell of the very young animal. The watering pot shell, Brechites, of the family Clavigelidae, is a very remarkable structure, and unlike the shell of an ordinary bivalved mollusk. On looking carefully, however, near the perforated end, the rows, two small valves will be seen embedded in the surface. They are found with the rows downwards buried in mud or sand at low water on the shores of the Indian and Pacific Oceans. Septibranchia. Fig 25, d. Case 204. The members of this order differ from other lamellibranchs in having the gill plates represented by a muscular septum. They are provided with two respiratory siphons and two adductor muscles, and the edges of the mantle lobes are connected at 3 points. The families Poromyidae and Cuspidariidae constitute this order. The species are all small, without color markings, are worldwide in their distribution and occur at all depths. Class V Cephalopoda 9 Fig 39. A. The upper, B. The lower beak of Archaeoteuthis monochus, 1/3 natural size. Cases 205 to 208. This class includes the octopus or polypus, cuttlefish, squid, spirula, the paper, and pearly nautilus. The body of the animal consists of a muscular sac, in the cavity of which the viscera are placed. In front of the body projects the head, which, in species belonging to the two-gilled section of the class, is surrounded by 8 or 10 fleshy arms. A wide aperture below the head admits the water to the gills or bronchi, which are situated in the interior of the sac, whilst a short tube, the so-called funnel or siphuncle, projects from the opening of the mantle, the water and various excretions being expelled through this tube, especially also an ink-like fluid, which is discharged by all cephalopods, except Nautilus, when disturbed, in order to darken the water and thus escape their enemies. The center of the head, between the base of the arms, is occupied by the mouth, which is armed with two horny or calcareous jaws, similar to the beak of a parrot, Fig 39. The two large eyes are placed on the sides of the head. The arms or feet are more or less elongate, capable of movement in any direction, and, except in Nautilus, furnished on one side with numerous suckers, by means of which the animal attaches itself most securely to anything it may seize. They are employed in capturing food and in walking. Cephalopods walk in any direction head downwards, but can swim backwards only, being propelled in that direction by the water which they discharge with force through the funnel out of their bronchial cavity. They are divided, according to the number of their gills, which is either 2 or 4, into dibranchia and tetrabranchia. Of the latter but one representative now exists, viz., the pearly nautilus, all other living cephalopods being provided with but 2 gills, placed one on each side of the body within the mantle, as may be seen in the wax model of Sepia officinalis, case 207. The two-gilled section comprises forms with 8 arms, as Argonauta and Octopus, and others with 10 arms, viz., the cuttlefishes, Sepia, Fig 43, the squids, Loligo, Amatostrophes, Sepula, Chiroteuthes, etc., and Spirula. The shell of the paper nautilus, or Argonauta, is too well known to require any description. Unlike the shells of other mollusca, it is not attached to the animal by a special muscle, but is held onto the body by 2 of the arms, which are dilated and specially adapted for this purpose. Only the female argonaut is provided with a shell, the male being shellless and a much smaller creature. The argonaut shell is therefore not a true shell, but simply a receptacle for the ova, serving at the same time for the protection of the parent. Fig 40. The common octopus, Polypus vulgaris, resting. Fig 41. Sepiola scandica, natural size. British. Chiroteuthes varanyi is remarkable on account of the great length of the tentacular arms. These are non-retractile and are employed to seize their prey when at a distance. Fig 42. Chiroteuthes varanyi, much reduced. A. General view of animal, B. Magnified view of pedunculated sucker of the terminal club of the tentacular arms, C. Internal shell, or gladius. The species of octopus are found on the shores of almost all temperate and tropical seas. They do not attain to a large size, and are without the internal shell or bone which is found in the mantle of many cephalopods. That of the cuttlefish or sepia, Fig 43a, is found in abundance on our coasts. It is composed of numberless layers of a friable calcareous substance. That of the squid tribe is of quite another character, consisting of an elongate thin horny plate, and strengthened by one or more thickened ribs, in some species somewhat resembling a quill pen. Some species of this pen-bearing class related to the common squid attain an immense size. One was captured off the Irish coast in June, 1875, probably Archaeoteuthis harveyi, with the shorter arms 8 feet in length and 15 inches in circumference at the base, the two tentacular arms having a total length of 30 feet. The powerful beak measured about 4 inches across. Thus from the tip of the tail to the end of the tentacular arms this wonderful monster must have measured something like 40 feet in length. Other very large specimens of Archaeoteuthis have been captured on the coasts of Newfoundland and Labrador. Two specimens stranded on the south coast of Newfoundland, in the winter of 1870 to 1871, measured respectively 40 and 47 feet. Another, cast ashore at Bonavista Bay in December, 1873, had a very stout body 14 feet long, arms 10 feet, and tentacles 24 feet in length. These are only a few of the many instances of the capture of gigantic cephalopods, which occur not only in the North Atlantic Ocean, but also in tropical seas. Their appearance in mid-ocean may, in some instances, have given rise to the tails of sea serpents. Specimens much smaller than those mentioned above have attacked men, and pearl fishers are in constant fear of them. One of the arms of a large squid, Archaeoteuthis harveyi, which is supposed to have been found off the coast of South America, is exhibited in the black upright case A at the side of the room. Fig 43. The common cuttlefish, Sepia officinalis, and its shell or bone, A. The shells of Spirula, Fig 44, have been long known, and are scattered in thousands on the shores of New Zealand and other islands in the Pacific Ocean, and they are also found in the Indian and Atlantic Oceans, occasionally drifting on the coast of Devon and Cornwall. Notwithstanding the abundance of the shells, very few specimens of the perfect animal have been captured. The loosely coiled shell resembles a ram's horn, and is divided into a number of segments by fine concave partitions, like the shell of Nautilus, each one pierced by a slender tube or siphon. It is placed at the hinder end of the body, and is covered with so thin a skin, that a small portion of it appears to be exposed both in front and behind. Absolutely nothing is known of the habits of this very interesting creature, although probably they are somewhat similar to those of other cephalopods. Fig 44. The Spirula, Spirula perenniae. From the Indian and Pacific Oceans. One animal, A. Portions of the shell exposed in front and behind, B. The funnel or siphuncle. 2 side view of shell. 3 shell in section, to show partitions or septa. The Nautilus, Fig 45, of which several shells, case 208, and a perfect animal in spirit, black upright case A, are exhibited, is an inhabitant of the Indo-Pacific Ocean, and differs from all other living cephalopods in being provided with 4 instead of 2 gills, and, instead of 8 or 10 arms with suckers and hooks, has a number of small retractile feelers. The Nautilus occasionally swims, like other members of its class, at the surface of the sea, but mostly crawls about leisurely on its feet at the bottom in search of food, which consists chiefly of small crabs or mollusca, which it crushes with its strong calcareous parrot-like mandibles. Fig 45. The pearly nautilus, Nautilus pompilius. A. Body, B. Siphuncle, C. I. D. Hood, E. Tentacles, F. Muscle of attachment to the shell, G. Siphon. The chambered shell is pearly within, and covered with an external calcareous layer. The chambers are connected by a slender tube or siphon, the function of which is not at present thoroughly understood. The septa, or partitions across the shell, indicate periods of growth. When the nautilus outgrows the capacity of the outer chamber, in which it resides, it constructs a new one of larger size, separating the additional chamber from the preceding one by a transverse partition. A series of cephalopods preserved in spirit is exhibited in the black upright case at the side of the room. Alphabetical index of the families and principal genera of mollusca exhibited in the shell gallery. This index has been compiled to assist the numerous visitors, who wish to examine and determine specimens of shells, in finding, without trouble or loss of time, the cases in which the genera are placed. Subgeneric terms are omitted, as they do not fall within the scope of this guide. Acanthina, 75 Achatina, 130 to 131 Acatinella, 134, 135 Acmea, 4 Actian, 94 Etheria, 178 Amphibula, 98 Amphiporas, 35 Ampullaria, 25, 26 Amusium, 159 Anatina, 203 Ancylus, 99 Anodonta, 166, 167 Anomia, 137 Anostoma, 128 Aplacophora, 3 Aplustrum, 96 Aplysia equals Tethys, 96 Aporeus, 49 Arca, 139 Arctica, 162 Argonauta, 205, 206 Arian, 107 Aspergillum, equals Brechites, 204 Astarte, 161 Atlanta, 94 Auriculidae, 97, 98 Avicula equals Tyria, 145 Batisa, 165 Brechites, 204 Bryopa, 204 Buccinum, 65 Buliminus, 128 Bulimulus, 122 Bulimus equals Strophochilus, 120 Bulidae, 95 Calyptriidae, 31, 32 Cancellaria, 77 Capulus, 31 Cardida, 160 Cardium, 192 to 194 Carinaria, 94 Cassis, 55 to 56 Syrian, 129 Cerathiidae, 42 to 44 Chaetoderma, 3 Chama, 196 Chitonidae, 1 to 3 Chrysodomus, 64 Circe, 187 Clausilia, 129 to 130 Clavigella equals Bryopa, 204 Columella, 69 Conus, 89 to 94 Coraliophila, 76 Corbicula, 164 Corbus, 163 Corbula, 198 Crassadula, 161 Crenatula, 147 Crenula, 145 Cucullia, 140 Cuma, 75 Cuspidaria, 204 Cyclophoridae, 23, 25. Cyclostomatidae equals Pomadidae, 28, 29 Cylindrilla, 127 Cyprea, 32 to 35 Cyprina equals Arctica, 162 Cyrena, 164 Cythera equals Myrtrix, 185 Delphinula, 12 Dentalium, 136 Dispona, 22 Diplodonta, 163 Dolium, 56, 57 Donax, 182 Dosinia, 188 Driacensia, 179 Eberna, 67 E. marginula, 7 Ennea, 103 Eucalodium, 129 Ulama, 46 Fasciolaria, 59 Ficula equals Pirula, 57 Fissurella, 8 Fulgur, 61 Fussus, 57, 58 Gatania, 99 Galatea, 165 Galeama, 163 Gastrocina, 201 Gina, 11 Glandina equals Oleacina, 102 Glauconum, 192 Glycymeres, 141 Haliotis, 9 to 11 Hamonia, 95 Harpa, 84 Helicarion, 104 Helicide, 107 to 121 Helicina, 21 Hemiphusus, 61 Heteropoda, 24 Hinites, 159 Hydatina, 96 Ianthina, 38 Isocardia, 162 Isignomon equals Melina, 147 Kellia, 163 Latiaxis, 74 Laterus, 59 Leda equals Nuculina, 137 Lepida, 4 Lepton, 163 Lima, 156 Limax, 106 Limniadae, 99 to 102 Limosize, 141 Lithodomus, 144 Literina, 27 Liligo, 207 Lotorium, 53, 54 Lucinidae, 162, 163 Lutraria, 199 Lionsia, 203 Mactridae, 183 to 185 Magellus, 77 Maltia, 137 Malleus, 146 Marginella, 83, 84 Melaniidae, 38 to 41 Maligrana, 146 Melina, 147 Melangina, 61 Myrtrix, 185 Mesodesma, 182 Mitridae, 61 to 64 Modila, 143, 144 Modilarca, 145 Modilaria, 145 Monoceros equals Acanthina, 75 Montacuta, 163 Murex, 70 to 73 Mutila, 177 Maya, 198 Myadera, 203 Mycetopus, 176 Myacama, 203 Middlus, 142, 143 Nasa, 67, 68 Naticidae, 36, 37 Nautilus, 208 Navicella equals Septaria, 20, 21 Neaera equals Cuspidaria, 204 Neomenia, 3 Nerita, 18, 19 Neritina, 19 to 20 Nucleobranchiata equals Heteropoda, 84 Nucula, 137 Nuculina, 137 Nudibranchiata, 97 Octopus, 205 Oleacina, 102 Olivide, 81 to 83 Ostria, 152 to 154 Ovulum equals Amphiporas, 35 Paludina equals Vivipara, 22 Pallidamus, 41 Pandora, 202 Panope, 201 Parcella, 126, 127 Patella, 4 to 7 Pectinidae, 156 to 160 Pectunculus equals Glycymeres, 141 Pedum, 156 Periploma, 203 Petricola, 192 Feline, 96 Folatidae, 201, 202 Philatomia, 204 Philas, 201, 202 Phorus, equals Xenophora, 49 Phissa, 101 Pinna, 148 to 152 Pyrula, 57 Placuna, 138 Plan Axis, 44 Plan Orbis, 100 Pluratomaria, 9 Pluratomidi, 85 to 87. Plicatula, 154 Pomadidae, 28, 29 Proserpina equals Dispona, 22 Samobia, 197 Tyria, 145 Terracera, 51, 52 Pteropoda, 96 Puncturella, 7 Pupa, 128 Purpura, 74, 75 Pyramidalidae, 45 Rainula, 54 Ricinula equals Sistrum, 76 Ringicula, 95 Riswaidae, 30 Rosalaria, 201 Rostellaria, 52 Rotella, 15, 16 Saxicava, 201 Scala, 44, 45 Scalaria equals Scala, 44, 45 Scaphander, 95 Scaphopoda, 136 Scintilla, 163 Scutum, 7 Semele, 181 Sepia, 206, 207 Septaria, 20, 21 Septifer, 143 Siliquaria, 47 Siphonaria, 98, 99 Sistrum, 76 Solarium, 45 Solenidae, 199 to 201 Solonomia, 137 Sphaerium, 165 Spirula, 207 Spondylus, 154 to 156 Stenogyra, 133 Stellifer, 46 Stomatella, 11 Streptaxis, 102 Strombus, 49 to 51 Strophia equals Syrian, 129 Strophochilus, 120 Struthiolaria, 49 Succinia, 135 Sunetta, 187 Psychotypus, 61 Tapes, 190,191 Telinidae, 179 to 181 Terebellum, 52 Terebridae, 87 to 89 Teredo, 202 Testicella, 102 Tethys, 96 Thracia, 203 Trichotropes, 37 Tridacna, 195 Trigonia, 141 Triton equals Lotorium, 53, 54 Trochidae, 12 to 15 Trophon, 70. Truncatella, 30 Tigonia, 198 Turbinellidae, 60,61 Turbinidae, 16 to 18 Turritella, 48 Typhis, 70 Umbraculum, 97 Umbrella equals Umbraculum, 97 Ungulina, 163 Unionidae, 166 to 178 Valvida, 30 Vanicoro, 49 Volutina, 37 Veneridae, 185 to 191 Veneripi, 192 Venus, 188 Vermitidae, 46, 47 Vitrina, 106 Vivipara, 22 Veludidae, 78 to 81 Vulsella, 147 Xenophora, 49 Yoldia, 137. Polyzoa. Asterisk. An asterisk against names of species denotes that specimens of these species are in the upright part of case A and preserved in spirit. Upright table cases A and B, at south end of shell gallery. From a casual glance at the contents of these cases, it might be supposed that many of the specimens exhibited therein were seaweeds, but a closer inspection, especially with a lens, will reveal structure of a kind not to be found in any plant. Let us select for examination Flustrofoliacea, the broad-leaved hornwrack or sea mat, Fig. 1, Case A1, commonly to be found among heaps of seaweed cast up on sandy shores round our coasts. Fig. 1. Flustrofoliacea. A. Natural size, B. Portion magnified in B, magnified 30 diameters. A. Avicularium, O. Ovicell. The Cambridge Natural History. The brown horny fronds, which vary in width, branch upwards from a narrow flat stem attached at its base to stones and shells. Both surfaces of the fronds show a fine network pattern formed by the edges of little oblong boxes or cells termed zoetia 10 arranged in longitudinal parallel rows and forming a double layer back to back. The cells are broad and rounded above, narrow and truncate below, and each is roofed in by a transparent membrane with a semicircular lid or operculum situated near the upper end. 4 short stout spines spring from the margin in this neighborhood. When the surface of a living frond is examined in sea water, here and there a bundle of tentacles may be observed pushing up a lid, slowly emerging and expanding into a bell-shaped coronet. On the least alarm the tentacles are rapidly withdrawn into the cell and the lid shut. The flexible protrusible region of the cell is termed the tentacle sheath. The relation of the cell to the tentacle sheath, Figs 2, 3, may be roughly compared to a glove finger, stiff below, but flexible at the end, and surmounted by a crown of bristles. On pulling down the glove fingertip, the tentacles will also be drawn in, and will lie in a sheath formed by the invaginated portion of glove finger. The lid which closes over the tentacle sheath is only found in the suborder Chelostomata, to which Flustra belongs. The area of the tentacle sheath whence the tentacles arise is termed the lophophore. 11 Figs 2, 3, diagrams representing polypid in cell. Fig 2, tentacle sheath protruded. Fig 3, ditto, retracted. A. Tentacles, B. Tentacle sheath, C. Mouth, D. Gullet, E. Stomach, F. Vent, G. Retractor muscle, H. Funiculus, L. Ovary, K. Testis, L. Lid or operculum. Nerve ganglion is between mouth and vent. Fig 4, polypid extracted from cell, D. Pharynx, E. Stomach, F. Anus, after Van Beneden. Fig 5, section, partly diagrammatic, of frond of Flustra, showing cells back to back. The mouth is situated in the center of the lophophore, surrounded by the circle of tentacles, and the latter, by the action of their cilia, set up currents which convey food to the mouth. The mouth leads into a pharynx and gullet, the latter opening into a stomach, whence the intestine ascends to terminate in the vent opening below and outside the circle of tentacles. The intestines, in fact, form a U-shaped tube, Figs 4, 5, suspended in the body cavity in the interior of the cell. A cord, the funiculus, passes from the stomach to the base of the body cavity. A small nerve ganglion is situated within the upper part of the loop of intestine. The tentacles, intestines, and other organs constitute the polypid, the cell being simply the protective house formed by the latter. The body cavity, which contains fluid, is in direct communication with the interior of the tentacles, which are hollow, and which act as respiratory organs by bringing the fluids of the body cavity in proximity to the water. In Flustra the body cavities of the cells are shut off from each other, but pores and sieves in the partition walls allow of the junction of the inner linings of these cavities. The male and female reproductive elements are formed in the body cavity. The egg develops in a helmet-shaped brood pouch, the ovicell, situated at the summit of the cell and almost immersed in the cell above. The ciliated embryo swims about for a few hours and settles down to form the first polypid and cell. From the latter there arise buds which remain attached, and produce other buds, till a colony like that of Flustra results. Among the ordinary cells are certain smaller cells, Fig 1, a, slightly raised above the general level, different in shape from the ordinary kind and with thicker lids. These peculiar cells are termed avicularia, and chiefly contain muscles for opening and shutting the lid. They arise by modification of the ordinary cells, whereby all the organs of the polypid have become atrophied except the muscles. The polyzoa 12 were so named by von Thomson, who, in 1820, discovered that certain plant-like animals, which had previously been classed with the zoophytes, possessed a much higher organization, in that the intestine was separate from the body cavity and not continuous with it as in sea furs, sea anemones, and corals. In 1834, Ehrenberg named the group Bryozoa 13 or moss animals. With the exception of one genus, Loxosoma, all polyzoa form colonies, which arise by the continual budding of the cells, the buds remaining attached to the parent cells. The colonies vary endlessly in form and habit, occurring as crusts on rocks, etc., masses, broad fronds, branching tree-like growths, bushy tufts, etc. The texture and consistency may be gelatinous, cartilaginous, horny, and flexible, or stony. The great majority of species are marine, but a considerable number inhabit fresh water. The polyzoa are classified as follows: 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Suborder 1 Chelostomata. Cases A and B1. The Chelostomata, which contain many more species than all the other groups put together, are divided into three sections: A. Cellularina, in which the cells are more or less boat-shaped or cornucopia-shaped, and joined together to form flexible branching colonies; B. Flustrina, in which the cells are typically shaped like oblong boxes with membranous front walls, and C. Eschurina, in which the whole front wall is calcified. Case A1. Fig 6. A. Bugula turbinata, natural size, B. Portion times 50. A. Avicularia, M. Mouth, O. Ovicell. The Cambridge Natural History. Section A. Cellularina bugula turbinata, or the bird's head coral line, Fig 6, grows attached to rocks near low water mark in the form of spiral tufts about 2 inches in height, composed of narrow flat branches in which the cells are arranged from 2 to 6 abreast and all facing upwards. Each cell is boat-shaped and with nearly the whole front surface membranous. The globular bodies at the head of certain cells are the ovicells. Attached to the outer edge of each cell is a remarkable object resembling a bird's head, and hence termed avicularium, seated on a short stalk. The head and beak contain powerful muscles for opening and shutting a horny lid or mandible hinged on below. In life, the avicularium sways to and fro on its stalk, with the lower jaw continually snapping up and down in the most ludicrous fashion. The beak is capable of seizing and holding quite large objects. The function of these curious appendages is partly to warn off trespassers and partly to capture and retain small animals till decomposition has set in. In the latter case, the currents set up by the tentacles draw in the particles to the mouths of the polypides. The avicularia have arisen by modification of the ordinary cells, in which the muscles have developed at the expense of the degenerated polypides. The cells have become much smaller, of different shape, and separated out from the rest. The mandible represents the lid or operculum of the ordinary cell. The avicularia vary greatly in size and shape in the different genera. In Flustra, for instance, these organs closely resemble the ordinary cells. Fig 7. Bugula bicornis. Cells magnified. After busk. Case A. Upright part. In Bugula bicornis, asterisk, Fig 7, from 1950 fathoms in the southern Indian Ocean, each cell is provided with 2 avicularia with remarkably long stalks. The graceful vase-shaped Kinetoschia cyathus, asterisk, Fig 8, one of the treasures of the Challenger expedition, was dredged from 1525 fathoms off Cape St. Vincent. The stem, which tapers gradually upwards, rises from a tuft of root fibers. The cup is formed of slender branches supported at the base by a delicate membrane. The branches are composed of bezoarial rows of cells, Fig 9, opening towards the interior of the cup. The avicularia are pear-shaped and pedunculate. Probably, in life, the cup is capable of being opened out to a considerable extent. Specimens of this species were also obtained from 2160 fathoms in the South Atlantic. Fig 9. Kinetoschia cyathus. A branch magnified. A. An avicularium. After busk. Case A1. Scropicellaria reptans, or the creeping coral line, Fig 10a, b, forms branching colonies, creeping over rocks and seaweeds, and attached by horny fibers often provided with curved hooks. The branches are composed of cells arranged in a double row. Each cell has the membranous area of its front surface protected by a branched flattened spine or operculum, and is produced and narrowed below. At the upper outer margin is a minute triangular avicularium. At the base of the back surface is a small sac-shaped cell with a cleft at the upper end, in which a horny bristle is articulated. The little cell is termed a vibracular cell, and the bristle a vibraculum. 21. This organ has arisen by a further modification of an avicularium, whereby the horny lid of the latter has become a long bristle. The bristles by their motion keep off intruders, and possibly act as scavengers by sweeping the surface of the cells. Fig 8. Kinetoschia cyathus. From Voigt. Challenger, Atlantic, W.Y.V. Thomson. Fig 10. Scropicellaria reptans. A. Creeping over seaweed, natural size, B. Front surface, magnified. A. Branched spine covering front of membranous area, B. Avicularium, C. Vibraculum. C. Back surface, A. Vibracular cell, B. Vibraculum. In Cabiria ellisii the vibracular cells are very large. The vibracula, which are long and serrated, have been observed to move in unison like a double row of oars. Case A1, 2. Section B. Flustrina. In this group the colonies form leafy lamellae, crusts, etc., in which the individual cells are typically in the form of oblong boxes with their front walls wholly or partly membranous. Flustra foliacea has already been described. Case A1. In Flustra carbacea the fronds are formed of only one layer of cells, and not of two layers back to back as in F. foliacea. The fine specimen of Flustra nobilis from S. Africa is so called from the large size of its long hexagonal cells which form a honeycomb pattern clearly visible to the naked eye. Case A1. In Flustra cribriformis, Fig 11, from Torres Straits, the fenestrated frond forms a beautiful spiral. Flustra florea, from S. Australia, grows in the form of branching tufts of narrow spiral fronds. Electropilus dry and spirit specimens exhibited, Fig 12, forms a delicate silvery lacework encrusting shells and seaweeds, especially red algae, on almost every shore. The long horny spine at the base of the membranous area of each cell gives the crust a pilose appearance. In Electra verticillata from West Africa, the cells form an elegant branched colony, the branches being composed of regular verticils of cells. Fig 11. Flustra cribriformis. Fig 12. Electropilosa. A. Encrusting a seaweed, natural size, B. Cells magnified, A. Lid or operculum. Case A1. Membranopora membranacea occurs in the form of horny incrustations on bladder rack, which, owing to their flexibility, are able to adapt themselves to the swaying of the fronds of the fucus. The Selenariidae, case B2, form free colonies, usually orbicular in shape, convex above and concave below. In Lunulites capulus alternating rows of cells and vibracula radiate from the center of the colony. Section C. Escherichia. In this group, the front walls of the cells are wholly calcareous. Many species form patches or crusts on shells etc., and hence the name of the section. Other species, again, form stony tree-like growths, or thick plates. Frequently one and the same species occurs in the form of crusts or of erect lamellae, the identity being recognized by the characters of the individual cells. Often a large number of species may be found on one shell. Two good examples of this are exhibited in Case A2. Case A2. Leprolia paulaceana, Fig 13, forms subcircular vitreous patches on stones and shells. The cells are rather large, broadly oval, and with the front wall punctured with pores. The aperture is squarish and with a slight indentation on each side. Fig 13. Leprolia paulaceana, encrusting a shell. A. Natural size. B. Cells magnified. Leprolia foliacea forms a massive coral-like growth composed of thin contorted plates which fuse to form labyrinthine cavities, the plates being constructed of a double layer of cells back to back. A large specimen from the English Channel is exhibited in Case B, upright part. In Leprolia the orifice and lid of the cell have a straight lower margin, but one large group, Myriazoideae, is characterized by having a notch in the lower margin of the orifice. Fig 14, Schizoporella unicornis. Case B1. In many of the Escherinia, the front wall of the cell is produced into a stout process or mucro at the lower margin of the orifice, genus Mucronella, or, again, a collar or tube grows up round the primary orifice, thus giving rise to a secondary orifice, Smydia, Porella, etc., Case B1. Fig 14. Schizoporella unicornis, magnified. Fig 15. Retipora beaniana. Case B1. In the Celleporidae, Case B1, the cells are typically pitcher-shaped and arranged vertically, and tend to be heaped up from the overcrowding. Cellepora pumicosa forms thick pumice-like masses composed of succeeding layers of cells. The Retiporidae, Case B1, form delicate stony networks. The reticulate fronds may be expanded out, or may form tubular or contorted growths. Fig 15, Retipora beaniana. The beautiful Retipora phoenicia from Torres Straits is of a rich purple color. The Adienidae form thick fenestrated plates which unite to form cavernous masses usually attached to rocks by a thick jointed stem. Several very fine examples from Port Phillip, Victoria, are exhibited in the upright part of Case B. Case A2. The Catenicelidae are represented by a fine series of specimens from Australia. The colonies form dense clusters of finely beaded branches. The cells are arranged in single series, each cell being united to those above and below by a horny joint. The cells are usually urn-shaped with a triangular avicularium at each upper angle, and with the front surface variously sculptured with pores or bands. Fig 16, Catenicella ventricosa. Fig 16. Catenicella ventricosa. A. Natural size. B. Magnified. After busk. Suborder 2 Tenostomata. Case B2, an A upright part. The tenostomata are fleshy, horny, or membranous, never calcareous. When the tentacles of a polypid are retracted into the cell, they are protected above by a membranous comb-like frill. The cells either bud off from each other or arise as buds on a stolon or stem. Case A, upright part. Alcyonidium gelatinosum, asterisk, Fig 17, so called from its resemblance to the zoophyte Alcyonium, forms fleshy translucent growths occurring in the form of nodulated branched masses, or of long finger-like growths. The species is common round our coasts where it grows attached to stones and shells near low water mark. Fig 17. Alcyonidium gelatinosum. A. A small piece, natural size. B. the same magnified. Case A, upright part. Amathia forms bushy growths composed of slender horny branches. The cells, which are cylindrical or squarish, rise from the branches in bezoarial rows like Pan's pipes. In Amathia lentidra, Fig 18, the groups of cells are well separated from each other, but in A. spiralis, and A. convoluta, *, the cells form a nearly or entirely continuous series winding in a spiral round the slender stems. In Bauerbankia imbricata, *, the cells are clustered on the stems. Vesicularia spinosa, *, or the silk coral line, forms delicate brown tufts resembling a filamentous alga. The cells arise separately in a single series from the hollow tubular stems and are contracted at their point of attachment. Fig 18. Amathia lentidra. A. Natural size. B. Magnified. Nearly all the Ctenostomata are marine, but a few species live in fresh water. Suborder 3 Cyclostomata. Case B2. In the Cyclostomata, which are all calcareous, the usually tubular zooecia have plain circular orifices without a lid or frill closing over the retracted tentacle sheath. There are two sections in this group, viz., articulata, in which the cells form branching colonies, the branches being connected by horny joints, and inarticulata, in which the colonies may be encrusting or erect and branching, but are without joints. The first section includes the Chrysiidae. Case B2. Chrysia denticulata, Fig 19, forms delicate white tufts, in which the flat slender branches are composed of a double row of tubular cells. The horny joints between the branches are black. The inarticulata occur as crusts or branching growths. In Tubulipora flabellaris, Fig 20, the colonies form little fan-shaped crusts on seaweeds. Lycaenopora hispida forms little white discs, in which rows of tubular cells radiate from the center. In Edmonia, the colony is branched, the tubular cells being arranged in parallel rows on each side of the middle line of the branch. Fig 19. Chrysia denticulata. A. Natural size. B. Branches magnified. The Cyclostomata are all marine. Fig 20. Tubulipora flabellaris. A. Half of an encrusting colony, times 8, b. A few cells, times 44, c. A colony, natural size. Order 2 Phylactyla. Table Case A, upright part. All the forms in this group inhabit fresh water, where, in the form of creeping or erect branching growths or masses, they grow attached to freshwater plants, tree trunks, old wood, etc. Two species are capable of slow movement from place to place. The lophophore and tentacular crown of the polypid are horseshoe-shaped. The order owes its name to the presence of a lobe guarding the mouth. In addition to the sexual, there is an asexual reproduction by means of peculiar internal buds termed statoblasts, Fig 21. When the colony dies in the autumn, the liberated buds, securely protected in a horny capsule, retain their vitality till the spring. In due season the valves of the statoblast burst open, and the contents develop into a new colony. The statoblasts, which resemble small seeds, are usually provided with a ring of air cells, which act as a float, and in some species spines are present. Fig 21. Statoblasts of freshwater polyzoa. A. Fredericella sultina times 38, b. Plumatella repens times 38, c. Lophopus crystallinus times 28, d. Cristatella musto times 28. The Cambridge Natural History. Fig 22. A. Plumatella repens, partly free, partly encrusting stem of waterweed. B. Cells magnified. After Ullmann. Case A, upright part. Plumatella Fig 22, forms brown branching colonies, wholly or partly adherent to the surface of leaves of water plants, old wood, etc. The individual cells are club-shaped, and about 1/4 of an inch long, each cell being attached to the upper back part of the cell below. The statoblasts, Fig 21, b, are simple oval bodies with a zone of air cells. Plumatella, Alcyonella, fungosa forms thick masses, composed of closely packed vertical tubes. A small specimen, surrounding a stick from Hampstead ponds is exhibited. Lophops crystallinus, occurs in the form of translucent gelatinous blobs, often attached to the slender stems of duckweed. The statoblasts, Fig 21, c, are elliptical and pointed at each end. The polypodes are comparatively large, and can be easily observed through the transparent surface. When its delicate plumes are fully expanded, Lophops forms a beautiful object. Cristatellomusto, Fig 23, occurs in the form of greenish translucent oval or worm-like colonies with the polypodes on the convex upper surface. The animal slowly creeps about on its flattened undersurface. Fig 23. Cristatellomusto, creeping over a stem of waterweed, ×6. After almond, a, polypodes with horseshoe-shaped crown of tentacles, b, statoblasts seen through the tissues, c, muscular sole by means of which the animal creeps, d, stem of waterweed. Freshwater polyzoa usually prefer dark places, but Cristatella creeps along on the stones and pebbles in clear water, and in the sunlight. The polypodes form 3 or more concentric rows on the upper surface. The statoblasts, Fig 21, d, are circular, provided with a zone of air cells, and with hooked spines, the total diameter being about superscript 1/3 of an inch. Subclass 2 Entoprocta. Table case A, upright part. In this small group, both orifices of the alimentary canal open within the circle of tentacles, and there is no tentacular sheath. Fig 24. Pedicellina cernua. ×27. The Cambridge Natural History. The polypodes are borne on contractile stalks. In the Pedicellinidae the stalks arise from a creeping stolon. In Pedicellina cernua, Fig 24, a stolon, creeping over seaweeds, etc., gives rise to stalked cups, the movements of which are vigorous. The polypodes, when excited, dash themselves vehemently from side to side. The heads are easily knocked off, but the decapitated stalks develop fresh ones. In Ascopodaria the stalks are swollen at the base. A fruticosa, from Port Phillip, Victoria, forms beautiful tree-like colonies. The Loxosomidae do not form colonies, owing to the buds becoming detached from the parent. The species of Loxosoma are always found associated with some other animal, such as a worm or tunicate. The tentacles of the polypod are arranged obliquely to the long axis of the body, hence the name of the family, Loxos, oblique. Loxosoma fasciculosomatum, occurs, in the form of delicate tufts, on the caudal end of the sipunculid worm Fasciculosoma. The individuals resemble pins with little white heads, and are capable of vigorous movements to and fro. Occasionally a stalk coils itself up into a spiral. Brachiopoda. Fig 1. British brachiopods, Terebratula and Crania. Small table case A against the west wall to left of main entrance. The Brachiopoda, though presenting a certain outward resemblance to bivalved mollusca, are quite distinct from this group. They are all marine, and all possess a bivalve shell. They grow attached to rocks, Fig 1, usually by a horny peduncle or stalk passing between the two valves, or through a foramen in one of the latter, or, peduncle and foramen may be absent, one of the valves adhering by its surface to the rocks. Some species of Lingula live in tubes in the sand or mud. They occur at all depths, from shallow water up to 2,900 fathoms, but the largest number of species live at a depth of about 350 fathoms. Though found in all seas, the localities whence they have been obtained are comparatively few in number, but specimens are usually congregated in considerable numbers, in places where they do occur. The surviving species of brachiopods constitute only a small remnant of a group that flourished abundantly in former epochs. There are about 150 recent, and over 6,000 fossil species. The valves of a brachiopod shell differ from each other in size and shape, but each valve is in itself symmetrical, i.e., similar on each side of a middle line. The valve through which the peduncle passes is termed the peduncle or ventral valve, Fig. 2a, the other being the brachial or dorsal valve. The peduncle valve, which is usually the larger and uppermost, contains the bulk of the viscera. In the higher genera, calcareous bars or loops, Fig. 2b, attached to the inner surface of the brachial valve form a support for the arms of the animal. The inner surface of the valves presents certain markings and depressions where the muscles have been attached, Fig. 6. Fig. 2. Magellania flavescens. Australia. Interior of valves. A peduncle valve, F, foramen for peduncle, below which are the two small deltoidal plates, T, hinge teeth, A, B, C, muscle scars. B. Brachial valve, showing the reflected loop for support of the arms. The shell is constructed of very minute prisms of calcareous substance embedded in an organic matrix. In Lingula the shell is formed of alternating layers of horny and calcareous substance. The shell valves are either hingeless, or joined by a hinge in which teeth in the peduncle valve fit into sockets in the brachial valve. The brachiopoda are primarily divided into two sections, inarticulata and articulata, based on the absence or presence of a hinge. The division into orders is based on the relation of the peduncle to the valves in its passage between them or through one of them. In the most primitive brachiopoda, Lingulidae, the peduncle simply passes out between the valves and not through a foramen or pore in one of them, hence the group is named Atremata, a, not, trema, pore. In the next group, including the families Dicynnidae and Craniidae, the peduncle passes through a fissure in the edge of the peduncle valve, the fissure in recent forms becoming closed round to form a slit-like foramen. This group is named Neotremata, neos, new, trema, pore. In the third group, Protremata, pro, in front of, trema, pore, which includes the Thesidiidae, the peduncle lies at the apex of a triangular fissure in the peduncle valve, and secretes a calcareous plate to fill in the gap. In the fourth group, Telatremata, telos, final or complete, trema, pore, including the Tetrabrachylidae, etc., the triangular fissure in the peduncle valve is filled in by two calcareous plates termed deltoidea, secreted by the edges of the mantle. The valves are hingeless in the first two orders, inarticulata, and hinged in the last two, articulata. The body usually occupies only a comparatively small space in the posterior or peduncle end of the shell. From each side of the body there is given off a thin expansion, the mantle which lines the inner surface of the shell. The space between the valves is termed the mantle cavity. The mouth is situated in the center of the front wall of the body or floor of the mantle cavity. The front wall gives rise to a horseshoe-shaped platform surrounding the mouth and bearing on its upper edge ciliated tentacles, or cirri, which set up currents carrying food towards the mouth. In many genera the platform is produced into two coiled arms, Figs 3 and 5, which fill up the mantle cavity. The name Brachiopoda, brachion, arm, pose, foot, was given to the group because these arms were supposed to be homologous with the molluscan foot. The mouth leads into a gullet, which opens into a stomach and intestine. In the more primitive forms the intestine terminates in a vent, but in the higher forms the distal end of the intestine has become atrophied, and consequently the gut ends blindly. The body cavity contains fluid, and is in communication with a system of sinuses in the lobes of the mantle, Fig. 5. Bands of muscles pass across from valve to valve. The peduncle consists of a horny outer sheath surrounding longitudinal and transverse bands of muscles. Fig. 3. Magellania flavescens. After Davidson. A. Interior of dorsal valve to show the arms, some of cirri removed on right side, v. Mouth. B. Longitudinal section, with a portion of the animal. The sexes are usually separate. The reproductive cells are formed in the body cavity. The embryo swims freely for a short time before settling down and becoming fixed. The specimens exhibited in the case are arranged according to the following classification: Section I Inarticulata. Order 1. Atremata. Fam Lingulati. Order 2. Neotremata. Fam Dissonati. Fam Craniati. Section 2. Articulata. Order 3. Protremata. Fam Thesitiati. Order 4. Telatremata. Fam Rincinellati. Fam Terebrachylliti. Fam Terebratillati. Section I Inarticulata. Order 1 Atremata. Family Lingulati. The lingulas possess emerald green or golden brown duckbill-shaped shells. Having no hinge, the dead valves of dried shells easily fall apart. The peduncle, which is sometimes over 6 inches in length, passes between the pointed posterior borders of the valves. Dr. Francois gives a very interesting account of the habits of Lingula anatina, which he found living in the sand at Noumea, New Hebrides. The sole evidence of the animal's existence is the presence, on the surface of the sand or mud, of a small, 3-lobed slit, Fig. 4, upper figure. The tube, Fig. 4, in which the lingula lives is about 4 inches deep, flat in the upper half, rounded below. The walls of the upper flat portion simply consist of the sand with a surface coating of mucus secretion, but in the lower end the sand grains are agglutinated so as to form a distinct tube. Fig. 4. Lingula anatina in tubes in the sand. Upper figure shows trilobate opening on surface of sand. Dotted line in lower figure indicates position in retraction. After Francois. The edges of the mantle folds are provided with setae, bristles, which form 3 funnels protruding through the 3 lobes of the slit-like mouth of the sand tube. Currents enter by the lateral funnels and leave by the central. On the least alarm the animal is rapidly withdrawn as far as the center of the tube. See the dotted line of the shell in the figure, the surface slit and upper part of the tube being obliterated. Each of the arms forms a spiral with several coils, Fig. 5. The lingulati are of exceptional interest, in that they furnish a very remarkable example of persistence of type. Shells of lingula occur in the earliest Paleozoic strata, and so closely resemble those of the present day, that often no difference can be observed either in the shape of the valves or in the muscular impressions on their inner surface, Fig. 6. Lingula occurs in the Indo-Pacific, Australia, China, Japan, and the Pacific Islands. Glottidia, a smaller form, with 2 small curved plates on the brachial and a ridge on the peduncle valve, is found on the American coast of the Pacific, and in the Atlantic. Fig. 5. Lingula anatina, removed from shell, mantle reflected, coiled arms separated slightly, a. Mouth. Marginal setae omitted. Ventral aspect, 3/4 face. Fig. 16. Lingula anatina. Interior of valves showing muscle scars. V. Peduncle valve, D. Brachial valve. Order 2 Neotremata. The Dicynnidae includes two genera, Dicynna and Dicynnisxa, Fig. 7, with orbicular conical shells, of horny calcareous composition. Both valves are conical in the former genus, but in the latter the peduncle valve is flattened. Sometimes the embryos settle down on the parent shells, and we see a mass of shells in various stages of growth, as in the specimen of Dicynnisxa lamellosa from Peru. Fig. 7. Dicynnisxa lamellosa. Peru. After G. Sowerby. A group of old and young specimens, largest showing foramen in peduncle valve, the rest showing brachial valves. Fig. 8. 3 specimens of crania anomala on a stone. Lock fine. The craniidae form small limpet-like shells, Fig. 8, closely adherent to the rocks by the whole surface of the peduncle valve. Although this valve is so named, no peduncle or foramen is found in this family. The Neotremata, like the Lingulidae, are remarkable examples of persistence of type, since forms very similar to the present-day Discynus and Cranias occur in the Paleozoic, Ordovician and Silurian strata. A piece of rock, with several specimens of Crania anomala attached, is exhibited. Section 2 Articulata. Order 3. Protremata. This group, formerly very abundant, is now almost extinct, the family Thesidiidae representing the order at the present day. Thesidium mediterraneum, Fig. 9, forms little oval boxes about 1/3 of an inch in length, shaped somewhat like a pear cut in half, peduncle valve, and with a semicircular lid, brachial valve, working on a hinge on the upper flat surface. The foramen and peduncle are absent, but between the pointed end of the peduncle valve and the hinge is an area filled in by a calcareous plate characteristic of the protremata. Fig. 9. Thesidium mediterraneum. A. Natural size. B. Section through shell. Magnified. The brachial valve opens like the lid of a snuff box, and shuts down on the least alarm with the rapidity of lightning. The peduncle valve is fixed on the rocks by its convex surface. The species is common in the Mediterranean in from 30 to 300 fathoms, and is also found in the West Indies. Order 4. Teletremata. This group, which at the present day contains the largest number of species, includes the lamp shells, so called from their resemblance to an ancient lamp. The valves are joined by a well-marked hinge. The peduncle passes through the peduncle valve through a foramen completed by 2 plates secreted by the mantle edges, and the brachial valve has attached to it a calcareous scaffolding of processes or loops for the support of the arms. The shells in this group are frequently ridged. Their color is usually white, but sometimes red or yellow. Deep-sea forms are generally vitreous. Rhynchonella cetacea has a black shell with a pointed and curved beak. Each of the arms forms a many-coiled spiral and can be protruded beyond the shell. The brachial skeleton is comparatively small and simple, consisting of 2 separate processes. In Terebrachyllina the brachial skeleton forms a simple loop. In Magellania the loop is reflected on itself. Fig. 2. The beautiful and unique specimen of Discolia wyvillii, from 390 fathoms W. Indies, is remarkable for its size, being over 2 inches in length. The small vitreous specimens of Terebrachylla wyvillii were obtained off Chile from a depth of 2,160 fathoms. Specimens of the same species were obtained also from a depth of 2,900 fathoms in the North Pacific. Tunicata. Wall case to left of main entrance to shell gallery. The Tunicata are marine animals, the majority of which live, in their adult stage, a stationary life, fixed to the rocks or sea bottom, but a comparatively small number are free swimming. Fig. 1. Acidia mentula from the right side. At atrial aperture, BR, bronchial aperture, T, test. After Herdman, tunicata, and Sic britannica. They occur in the form of cartilaginous or leathery sacs, fleshy incrustations, solid fleshy masses, free-swimming, barrel-shaped animals, solitary or united into chains or hollow cylinders, or, lastly, of minute free-swimming tadpole-shaped organisms. To explain briefly the structure of a tunicate, Acidia mentula, Fig. 1, is selected. The animal, which lives on a muddy bottom, in from 5 to 20 fathoms, resembles a conical sac fixed by the broader end, of grayish-green color and about 4 inches in height. At the narrower end are 2 orifices, one terminal the bronchial orifice or mouth, and the other a little lower the atrial orifice. The former has 8 lobes and the latter 6. When the ascidion is undisturbed, the orifices are wide open, and currents enter by the bronchial and leave by the atrial orifice. On the least alarm, the orifices close, jets of water being at the same time squirted out, hence the popular name sea squirts given to these animals. Fig. 2. Diagrammatic section of Acidia representing the 3 sacs, and the bronchial sac as the pharynx or throat. A. Bronchial, and B. Atrial orifice, C. Tunic or test, D. Mantle, E. Bronchial sac, F. Gullet, G. Stomach, H. Anal orifice, I. Dorsal lamina. Dotted line indicates the endostyle. The ascidion is orientated as follows: hold the animal with the bronchial orifice pointing forwards and the atrial upwards. The bronchial orifice will be anterior and the opposite end posterior. The atrial orifice will lie on the upper or dorsal aspect, the opposite aspect being lower or ventral, and the sides right and left. The aspects, in fact, correspond with those of a vertebrate animal. A vertical section roughly shows the animal to be formed of 3 concentric sacs, Figs 2, 3. The outermost, which is tough and membranous, is called the test or tunic, the whole group owing its name to the presence of this protective covering. Fig. 3. Diagrammatic dissection of a mentula. At atrial orifice, BR, bronchial orifice, A, anal orifice, BRS, bronchial sac, DL, dorsal lamina, and endostyle, M, mantle, NG, nerve ganglion, OEA, orifice of gullet, PBR, parabranchial cavity, ST, stomach, T, test, TN, tentacles. After Herdman, tunicata, and Sic britannica. The middle sac, termed the mantle, which almost corresponds in shape to the outer, is composed of connective tissue, muscle fibers, blood vessels, etc. In spirit specimens, the mantle is shrunk away from the test except at the orifices and at a point behind, where vessels enter the test. The innermost or bronchial sac is attached behind the bronchial orifice and along the ventral edge, but otherwise hangs free in the interior, the space around and outside of the sac being termed the atrial or parabranchial cavity. The delicate walls of the bronchial sac, which resemble fine muslin, are perforated by innumerable vertical slits, termed stigmata, arranged in transverse rows. Fig. 4. Fig. 4. Acidia mentula. Part of wall of bronchial sac showing stigmata. Magnified. The margins of the stigmata are lined with cilia which set up currents, and the water which enters by the bronchial orifice, passes through the stigmata into the atrial cavity, and thence out through the atrial orifice. The walls of the bronchial sac are chiefly composed of a sieve-like meshwork of fine blood vessels arranged in transverse and longitudinal rows. The currents of water passing through the stigmata aerate the blood in the vessels. Besides the stigmata, the bronchial sac has 2 relatively large orifices, viz., the bronchial orifice or mouth, and, at the opposite end, the opening into the gullet. The bronchial sac is, in fact, a capacious throat or pharynx, diagram Fig 2 and Fig 14. Inside the bronchial orifice is a circle of fine tentacles, which guard the entrance to the bronchial sac. The food of the animal consists of minute animal and vegetable organisms. It may be wondered how this food is secured, seeing that the currents of water are continually passing through the sieve-like walls of the bronchial sac to the exterior again. Within the bronchial orifice and above the bronchial sac are two circular ciliated ridges with a groove between, which is full of viscid secretion. The cilia on the ridges direct particles into the groove where they are retained by the mucus. Passing backwards along the ventral edge of the bronchial sac is a thick-lipped furrow, which appears like a rod in the thin-walled sac, and hence is called the endostyle. This organ secretes the mucus which is carried up by ciliary action to the circular groove in front of the bronchial sac, and thence to the gullet along a fold or crest, termed the dorsal lamina, situated along the dorsal edge of the bronchial sac. The gullet opens into a large stomach situated posteriorly on the left side of the bronchial sac. The stomach opens into the intestine, which, after forming a loop, terminates in the anal orifice or vent opening into the atrial cavity. The tubular heart lies below the stomach, a remarkable feature in the circulation consisting in the periodic reversal of the blood current. An elongated nerve ganglion is situated between the bronchial and atrial orifices. Fig 5. Ascidian tadpole with part only of the tail. See magnified section. N. Nervous system with enlarged brain in front and narrow spinal cord behind. N. Cavity of brain. O. The single cerebral eye lying in the brain. A. Auditory organ. K. Pharynx. D. Intestines. O. Rudiment of mouth. Ch. Notochord or primitive backbone. From Gegenbohr's Elements of Comparative Anatomy. Ascidia mentula is hermaphrodite. The egg develops into a minute tadpole-like larva which swims about by means of its tail. Water entering by the mouth passes out through the gill slits. A nerve tube extending along the back and tail is swollen in front into a brain vesicle, and underneath the long nerve tube behind the brain is a stiff skeletal rod or axis, the notochord, which constitutes the rudiment of a backbone. Inside the brain are two unpaired sense organs, an eye and an organ of hearing. Fig 5. After swimming freely for a few hours, the larva settles down head foremost and fixes itself bipapally on the anterior end. Figs 6, 7. Presently the tail becomes absorbed, and the posterior end of the nerve tube, and the brain with its eye and hearing organ, undergo atrophy, the nerve ganglion of the adult alone representing the cerebrospinal axis of the larva. The bronchial sac and intestines develop greatly, and growth proceeds in such a manner that the mouth is pushed round to a position opposite to the fixed area, and gradually the animal becomes the adult ascidian. Fig 6. Degeneration of ascidian tadpole to form the adult. The black pieces represent the rock or stone to which the tadpole has fixed its head. Fig 7. Very young ascidian with only 2 gill slits. Figs 6, 7, from Lancaster's degeneration. This wonderful metamorphosis presents a striking example of degeneration resulting from the adoption of a fixed mode of life. The active free-swimming larva with its brain, eye, hearing organ, and muscular tail becomes transformed into a comparatively inert sac. Fig 8. Tadpole of frog and ascidian. Surface view. Lancaster's degeneration. Fig 9. Tadpole of frog and ascidian. Diagram representing the chief internal organs. Lancaster's degeneration. A chapter in Darwinism. The tadpole of an ascidian resembles that of a frog, Figs 8, 9, not merely superficially, but also in its general structure and mode of development. The tunicata are now generally regarded as a degenerate offshoot from the ancestral stock of the vertebrata, in that the larva possesses a skeletal rod, rudimentary backbone, separating the dorsally situated nerve tube, cerebrospinal axis, from the ventrally situated intestinal tube, the existence of the cerebral eye in the Ascidian tadpole further tending to confirm the truth of this theory. Apart from a knowledge of the course of their development, Tunicata would have been classed among the invertebrata, but the structure of the larva clearly reveals the affinities of the group to the backboned animals. Ascidia mentula belongs to the group of simple ascidians which are all fixed, and are either solitary or joined into colonies in which each individual or ascidiozoid has a distinct test of its own. In the compound ascidians, which form colonies by budding, the ascidiozoids are buried in a common investing mass and have no separate tests. In a third group, the salpa-like ascidians, the ascidiozoids are united to form free-swimming colonies shaped like hollow cylinders open at one end. The above three groups belong to one great order, the Ascidiacea. A second order, Thaliacea, includes the free-swimming salpa and doliolum, which exhibit alternation of generations in their life history. A third order, Larvacea, includes very minute free-swimming forms which possess a tail in the adult stage. There are 16 families of Tunicata. The following is a tabular view of Professor Herdman's classifications. Order I, Ascidiacea. Suborder 1. Ascidii simplices, 4 families. Suborder 2. Compositae, 7 families. Suborder 3. Salpiformes, 1 family. Order 2. Thaliacea, 3 families. Order 3. Larvacea, 1 family. Order I, Ascidiacea. The Ascidiacea include the great majority of species. With the exception of the one genus Pyrosoma, they lead a fixed or stationary life. Suborder 1, Ascidii simplices. The simple ascidians are mostly solitary. In a few forms, however, colonies arise by budding from stolons, but each individual has a distinct test. The 4 families into which the suborder is divided are chiefly characterized by the nature of the test, the number of lobes round the bronchial and atrial orifice, and the character of the bronchial sac. In the family Malgulati, the tough membranous test is often coated with sand, the bronchial aperture is 6-lobed, the atrial 4-lobed, the bronchial sac has long folds or pleats, and the stigmata are curved or arranged in spirals. Malgula gigantea, which is one of the largest of the ascidians, and which attains a length of over 13 inches, forms a tough conical sac. The bronchial and atrial orifices at the upper end have 6 and 4 lobes respectively. The test is leathery, smooth above, but coated with sand below. The exhibited specimen, which comes from the Straits of Magellan, has several specimens of the stalked Boltenia legumen attached to the lower part of the test. The curious Malgula oculata, Fig 10, has a soft oval or rounded body coated with sand. The bronchial and atrial orifices have respectively 6 and 4 lobes. Specimens grow attached to the rocks and also live free in the sand. The surface of the test is provided with hairs, which adhere to the rocks and collect particles of sand. The adhesion not being very firm, specimens are easily detached by currents and collected into heaps by the eddies. When living in the sand, only the 2 dark orifices are visible. The sand coating has been supposed to confer protection by mimicry of the environment, but Professor Lacazzi-Duthiers found, much to his chagrin, that the sandy tests of his specimens were of no avail in securing them from being devoured by crabs who seemed to scent their prey from afar. Fig 10. Mogula oculata. A. Bronchial, B. Atrial orifice. In the family Syntheidae, the test is usually leathery, the bronchial and atrial apertures 4-lobed, and the bronchial sac folded into longitudinal pleats. The genera Boltenia and Culeolus include species in which the body is attached to a peduncle. The large exhibited specimen of Boltenia pachydermatina is 28 inches in length, the head being 4 and the stalk 24 inches long. The two four-lobed apertures are along one edge, the bronchial being the lower. The body is marked with long deep furrows, and the stalk with transverse wrinkles. Culeolus perlucidus, from 1600 fathoms in the Southern Ocean, is in the form of a small pear-shaped head on a slender stalk, the total length being 4½ inches. The bronchial orifice forms a transverse slit with raised lips near the stalk, the slit-like atrial orifice being near the rounded end of the body. Culeolus moselii, another slender stalked form, was obtained from 24-25 fathoms in the Central Pacific. Fig. 11. A Stylopsis grossularia on shell. B. Tadpoles of same, times 9. A. Bronchial, B. Atrial orifice. B. After Sir J. Daly L. The little Cynthiid Stylopsis grossularia, Fig. 11, popularly known as the current squirter, occurs in the form of bright red hemispherical blobs on stones and shells. When undisturbed, the bronchial and atrial orifices expand and project upwards. The eggs are brilliant red in color. Sir John Daly L. was the first to discover the tadpole form, which is about inch long, Fig. 11, b, and to observe the tadpoles become fixed and develop into fixed ascidions. He calls the active little swimming larvae spinuli, from their resemblance to small pins. The family Ascidiidae includes forms with a gelatinous or cartilaginous test. The bronchial and atrial orifices usually have 8 and 6 lobes respectively. The bronchial sac is without folds. Ascidia mentula, described above, belongs to this family. Cheliosoma is characterized by the test-forming tortoise-like horny plates on the upper surface. The exhibited specimen of C. macleayenum, Fig. 12, comes from Greenland. The upper hemispherical part of the test is divided into 8 plates. The bronchial and atrial orifices are situated in the joints between the plates. Fig. 12. Cheliosoma macleayenum, slightly enlarged. A. Bronchial, B. Atrial orifice. The fine specimen of Phalacea mammillata from Naples consists of several individuals partly fused together. The bronchial and atrial orifices are wide open, and the mantle can be seen through the thick knobby translucent test. In Rhodosoma the test is modified so as to form stiff plates recalling the valves of a bivalve shell. One plate is attached to the rocks, the other closing against the first like a lid. The anterior end of the animal with its bronchial and atrial orifices is visible only when the lid is open. The Mediterranean species Arcalans, Fig. 13, grows attached to the rocks. The little exhibited specimen is on a fragment of shell in front of a black patch. The figure shows specimens with the lid open and closed. Fig. 13. Rhodosoma calens, times 10. A. Valve open, B. Shut. A. Bronchial, B. Atrial orifice. After Lacazzi-Duthiers. Family Clavelinidae. The body is attached to a creeping stolon or mass of stolons, from which new individuals arise by budding. The other 3 families of simple ascidions included solitary forms, but the Clavelinidae are social, and form colonies wherein each individual has its own test. Clavelina lepodiformis, Fig. 14, forms graceful crystal vases about an inch in height. The figure shows one individual, but usually the processes at the base extend out as stolons whence other individuals arise. Diazona violacea, from Cornwall, forms beautiful purple disc-shaped colonies in which the ascidiazooids arise from a basal mass of stolons. Sometimes the ascidiazooids die down, leaving only a smooth violet pad, which in due time produces a new crop of ascidiazooids. Fig. 14. Clavelina lepodiformis, diagrammatic, showing the anatomy. The oval bodies are the eggs, at lower end lies the tubular heart, the root-like processes at the base grow into stolons, whence other ascidiozoids arise. Fig 15. Porophorolistery, a. Slightly, b. Further magnified. Ascidiozoids in right, left, and lateral aspects. A. Bronchial, b. Atrial orifice. The remarkable Rhopalia neapolitana, from Naples, may be roughly compared to an hourglass with a very long constriction. The test is smooth in the upper part, but knobby and encrusted with foreign bodies below. The upper or thoracic end contains the bronchial sac, and the lower or abdominal portion the stomach, heart, and reproductive organs, the gullet and intestine traversing the whole length of the narrow central region. Although from its general structure Rhopalia is a clavellinid, it is not certainly known to produce buds. Porophorolistery, Fig 15, occurs in the form of little jelly-like transparent blobs rising by short stalks from a silvery thread-like stolon. Owing to their small size and transparency, it is possible to examine specimens alive under the microscope, the currents passing through the stigmata in the walls of the bronchial sac, and the beating of the heart being distinctly visible. The rapid motion of the cilia surrounding stigmata gives the appearance of dark wheels all rotating in the same direction. The heart beats so as to drive the blood current so many times in one direction, and then after a short pause, in the reverse direction. The exhibited specimen growing on an oyster shell, is from Plymouth. Suborder 2 Acidii compositae. The compound ascidions are fixed forms, which give rise to colonies by budding, the individuals being immersed in a common mass and not possessing separate tests. Although reduced to an extremely small size, each individual or ascidiozoid of a colony possesses the same organs as a large simple ascidion, excepting that the former does not possess a separate test. Frequently the individuals of a colony are grouped into systems, in which the atrial orifices open into a common cloaca. The little ascidiozoids vary greatly in shape in the different families. In the Polyclinidae, for instance, they are long, the organs being so to speak, drawn out, and being arranged in three regions, the thoracic, abdominal and post-abdominal, the first region containing the bronchial sac, the second the stomach, and the third the heart and reproductive organs. In the Distomidae, the body exhibits two regions, thoracic and abdominal, the heart and reproductive organs lying alongside of the stomach. The Botrylidae comprise only one region, the stomach, and the other organs being situated by the side of the bronchial sac. The compound ascidions include 7 families which are characterized chiefly by the method of bud formation, and by the arrangement of the organs into 1, 2, or 3 regions. It is only possible, from limits of space, to refer to a few interesting forms. The species of Botrylis are those most commonly met with. They form richly colored gelatinous incrustations on rocks and seaweeds. B. violaceus, Fig 16, 17, and 18d, is blue with white lines, B. smaragdus, green, B. marianese, brown with white and carmine, B. castaneus, purple, and so on. The individuals are arranged in circular systems with the bronchial orifices round the circumference and the atrial orifices opening into a common central cavity, Fig 17, the whole colony being composed of groups of systems. Fig 16. Botrylis violaceus on seaweed. After H. Milne Edwards. The exhibited specimen of B. violaceus was grown in the tanks of the biological station at Plymouth. The red specimen of B. orolineatus, from Naples, shows well the bronchial and cloacal orifices. In Botryloides, the individuals form elliptical or elongated systems. Colella thomsoni was obtained near the Philippines at a depth of 10 fathoms. The specimen, which is about 7 inches in length, resembles an elongated head of clover on a thickened stalk. The individuals which compose the head are arranged in spiral lines, the atrial orifice of each acidiozoid opening separately and not into a common cloaca. Fig 17. A Botrytis violaceus, magnified, showing two systems of 6 and 7 acidiozoids. B1 acidiozoid extracted. A. Bronchial, B. Atrial orifices, C. Bronchial sac, D. Stomach. After H. Milne Edwards. Colella quoyi, Fig 18a, from 25 fathoms off Kerguelen Island forms a rounded head on a short peduncle, the total height being 1 inch. The acidiozoids are arranged in vertical lines in the head, each line consisting of a double zigzag series. Fig 18. Colonies of Acidii compositae, natural size. A. Colella quoyi. B. Leptoclinum neglectum. C. Pharyngodiction mirabile. D. Botrytis. After Herdman, Challenger Report, and Encyclopaedia Britannica. Julinia ignota, from the Antarctic regions, forms long narrow colonies, which attain a length of nearly 3 feet. One end is attached, the rest of the colony apparently lying along the sea bottom. Amarusium roseum from Naples forms translucent gelatinous masses, a slice is exhibited, showing the long slender acidiozoids immersed in the mass. Fig 19. Pyrosoma elegans, natural size. A. Side view of entire colony. B. End view of open extremity. Herdman, Tunicata, Encyclopaedia Britannica. Pharyngodiction mirabile, Fig 18c, from 1600 fathoms in the southern Indian Ocean, resembles a small mushroom, and is about 1 inch in height. This species is one of the few deep-sea compound ascidians. Leptoclinum albidum is a common and widely distributed species, it occurs in the form of thin white crusts. The glistening white appearance is due to the common test being densely crowded with minute stellate spicules of carbonate of lime. The specimen of Leptoclinum neglectum, Fig 18b, encrusts a fragment of sponge. Goods Iria pedunculata from the Straits of Magellan, forms a rounded cartilaginous mass attached by a short peduncle, sometimes several masses are attached to each other. Each of the small dark oval areas on the surface corresponds to the bronchial and atrial orifices of one acidiozoid. Suborder 3 Acidiae salpiformes. The salpiform ascidians comprise only one genus, Pyrosoma, which occurs in the form of free-swimming colonies shaped like hollow cylinders closed and rounded at one end and open and truncate at the other, Fig 19. The wall of the cylinder is formed of a single layer of acidiozoids, Fig 20, so arranged that all the atrial orifices open into the interior of the cylinder, and all the bronchial orifices on the exterior, the two kinds of orifices being at opposite ends of the body, and not close together, as in most simple and compound ascidians. Specimens vary in size from a few inches to upwards of 4 feet in length, and, as the name of the genus implies 22, they are brilliantly phosphorescent. Sometimes they occur in innumerable multitudes, giving rise to a zone of greenish light extending for miles. Professor Moseley records that during the voyage of the Challenger in the North Atlantic a huge specimen of Pyrosoma spinaceum, 4 feet in length, was captured. On tracing his name on its body, the word came out in letters of fire. Fig 20. Section through wall of Pyrosoma, magnified, showing a single layer of acidiozoids. Br. Bronchial, at, atrial orifice, TP, process of the test, BRS, bronchial sac. Herdman, Tunicata, Encyclopaedia Britannica. In Pyrosoma elegans, exhibited, from Naples, the acidiozoids are arranged in verticils, and the mouth of the cylinder is surrounded by a movable diaphragm, The outer end of each ascidiozoid is provided with a membranous spine. 6 species of Pyrosoma are known. Pyrosoma atlanticum is found in the tropical Atlantic and Antarctic, P. giganteum in the Atlantic, Pacific, and Antarctic, and P. spinaceum in the South Atlantic. Order 2 Thylaceae. The Thylaceae are free-swimming tunicates, which exhibit alternation of generations in their life history. There are 3 families, Salpidae, Octacnemidae, and Doliolidae. Salpidae. The salpas are transparent barrel-shaped organisms which occur in abundance at the ocean surface. They are so transparent that they are rarely seen, except in calm weather from the side of small boats, yet they frequently swarm in countless multitudes. From 5 to 10 bands of muscles partially or entirely surround the body, like hoops. The bronchial and atrial openings are at or near the opposite ends of the body. The bronchial sac has almost disappeared, the dorsal lamina and ventral gutter, or endostyle, alone remaining, the interval between the two on each side representing an enormous stigma. The dorsal lamina, or gill, is the transversely striated band passing obliquely across the body and forming the only barrier between the bronchial and atrial cavities. Water enters at the mouth, and, by the contraction of the muscle hoops, is driven out through the atrial aperture at the opposite end, which is then closed by a sphincter muscle. The elastic walls of the body expand, and water again enters through the mouth, the valve-like lips of which prevent its being driven out that way. The salpa swims along in jerks, and along with each gulp of water takes in radiolaria, foraminifera, etc., which are retained by the mucus of the endostyle and carried to the gullet. The salpa, in fact, lives, as Professor Brooks observes, in a living broth, so abundant is the food supply. The intestines usually form an oval mass termed the nucleus, which is a conspicuous object at the posterior end. Fig 21. Posterior part of solitary form of Salpa democratica mucronata, showing a chain of embryos nearly ready to be set free. Gem, young chain of Salpae, St, stolon, T, test, visc, visceral mass. The solitary salpa above described is asexual. In the ventral region of its body it forms a stolon which becomes segmented into a series of buds, Fig 21. As the stolon grows, the end series of buds breaks off in the form of a chain and swims away, other chains being detached in succession. A chain is formed of individuals arranged in 2 rows, the individuals in each row being alternate, not opposite. Each individual of a chain differs from the solitary individual in shape, arrangement of muscle bands, etc., but especially in having reproductive organs. The chain salpid is hermaphrodite. The embryo develops into a solitary asexual salpa which produces the chains by budding. The wonderful life history of salpa was discovered by the poet Chamisso during a voyage round the world in 1819. He observes, "A salpa mother is not like its daughter or its own mother, but resembles its sister, its granddaughter, and its grandmother." Here we have an example of alternation of generations, a sexual generation, chain form, giving rise to an asexual generation, solitary form, which latter produces the sexual generation 23. Most of the species of salpa have double names owing to the chain and solitary forms having been regarded as distinct species before they were known to be phases in the life history of one and the same species. Salpa runcinata fusiformis, solitary form, Fig 22b, is barrel-shaped, truncated at each end, with terminal orifices, and with 9 muscle bands on the dorsal surface, some of which converge towards each other. An individual of a chain, Fig 22a, is fusiform, with 6 muscle bands, and with the orifices not terminal, but at each end of the dorsal surface. The solitary form of S. africana maxima is barrel-shaped, with truncated ends and terminal orifices, and with 9 broad parallel muscle bands. The chain form is conical at one end, with 6 bands, and with orifices on the dorsal surface. The exhibited specimen of the chain form, which is in an early stage of growth, contains 202 individuals. The solitary and chain individuals of Salpa costatatylci attain a length of 6 to 8 inches. The solitary form has 18 muscle bands and 2 large spines at the posterior end. The individual of the chain has 5 muscle bands. A chain of 3 individuals is exhibited. Salpa pinnata produces a circular chain. The exhibited specimen of the solitary form shows a small chain about to be detached. A circular chain of 6 individuals is also exhibited. Species of Salpa abound in all seas, but specimens from Naples have alone been exhibited on account of their good preservation. Family Octacnematae includes Obithias, a deep-sea salpid, in which the body forms a flattened disc produced into 8 radiating lobes. Fig 22. Salparun sonata fusiformis. A chain form. B solitary form. 1 to 9, muscle bands, M, embryo, M, mantle, visc, visceral mass or nucleus. Herdman, Tunicata, Encyclopaedia Britannica. Fig 23. Doliolum denticulatum, sexual generation, from the left side. M1 M8 muscle bands, at, atrial, BR, bronchial apertures, BRS, bronchial sac, SG, stigmata, ST, stomach, NG, nerve ganglion, so, sense organs. After Herdman, Encyclopaedia Britannica. Family Doliolidae. The body is cask-shaped and surrounded by circular hoops. The bronchial and atrial orifices are at the opposite ends. The bronchial sac is pierced by 2 oblique bands of stigmata, Fig 23 Sg. The life history is very complicated. The egg develops into a tailed larva, which develops into a nurse. The latter is asexual, and produces 3 kinds of buds on a stolon, viz. 1. Nutritive buds which provide the nurse with food, 2. Foster forms which are set free as cask-shaped bodies with 8 broad muscle bands, and 3. Sexual forms which are attached for a time to the foster forms, but which later become free and give rise to the egg. Order 3 Larvaceae. Fig 24. Oikopluricophocerca in its house, after fall, seen from right side, times 6. Arrows indicate course of the water, X, lateral reticulated parts of the house. The Larvaceae are very minute tunicata which live at the surface and swim by means of a tail-like appendage, resembling in this and certain other respects the tadpole larvae of other tunicata. They are able to form a temporary test or house many times larger than the body, Fig 24. The organism itself, which is almost lost in its large test, is the little hammer-shaped body in the center of the figure. The streaked areas bound a space in which the tail lashes vigorously. The animal can leave its test and secrete another in a few hours. The tail is attached to the under or ventral surface of the tiny little barrel-shaped body, and usually points forwards. A skeletal rod, the uricord, runs along its length. The bronchial sac has 2 ciliated openings or gill clefts leading directly to the exterior, and not opening like the stigmata of the other orders into an atrial cavity. The order contains 1 family, the Appendiculariidae, and 4 genera, and is represented in all seas. Oikopluricophocerca, one of the largest forms, is about half an inch in length. The exhibited specimens came from St. Andrews, Fife. Professor McIntosh reports that occasionally specimens of this species occur in immense quantities, the tonnettes being filled with them. The Starfish Gallery. In the Starfish Gallery is exhibited a series of the animals belonging to the class Echinoderma. Of these the starfishes are the best known, while others are the sea lilies, sea urchins, and sea cucumbers or sea slugs. A small collection of various kinds of worms is also exhibited in this gallery, wall cases I-3. Echinoderma. 6 table cases contain the dried echinoderms arranged in systematic order. The 7th is devoted to preparations, models, and figures illustrative of the structure and life history of various members of the group. An inspection of that case and the accompanying woodcuts will make clear the distinctive characters of the echinoderma. Unlike that of a crayfish or a mussel, the body does not appear to be divided into 2 equal or symmetrical halves, though it really is. This is due to the possession of a number of rays, of which there are ordinarily 5. The skin is strengthened by the deposition in it of carbonate of lime, which may be in the form of continuous plates or bars, or of separate scattered spicules. A series of tube feet or suckers, podia, are generally developed along each ray, and these are supplied by a system of water vessels peculiar to starfish and their allies. These rays are often called ambulacra. Fig. 1. A. Anchor and plate of synapta. B. See tables of Holothuria impatiens, and D. Holothuria atra, from various aspects. E. Spicule from sucker of Stichopus variegatus, magnified about 200 times. Fig. 2. Diagram of water vessels. C. Circular canal, with PV, its Polian vesicles, from it a radial canal, VC, is given off along the lower surface of each arm. This supplies, by side branches, the suckers, S. Connected with each sucker is a contractile swelling or ampulla, A. The circular canal is in connection with the exterior by SC, the stone canal, and opens to it by the madreporite, M. Fig. 3. Figure of a starfish, Asterias rubens. In the ray marked I, the skin has been removed from the upper surface, and the ambulacral ossicles, AO, and the podia, S, are seen in situ. The blind outgrowths, C, from the central stomach, SP, have been dissected out. In 2. The gonads, G, are exposed, and in the center above the stomach the rectal glands, RG, are to be seen. The anus, A, is seen to be subcentral in position. In the body of the starfish, Fig. 3, the arms are seen to be continuous with the disc and to contain portions or prolongations of the chief organs. The middle of the arm is occupied by 2 rows of hard pieces, ambulacral ossicles, the fellows of which make an open angle with each other, and so form an open ambulacral groove. Along this we find the suckers, the water canal that supplies them, the blood vessel of the arm, and a nerve cord. At the center of the disc is the mouth. The ossicles at the sides of the arms bear spines, which vary in different species. The surface of the back is supported by a network of hard pieces, and through the intervening spaces there project membranous pouches, which are respiratory in function. The modified plate on the upper surface opens into a tube by means of which the water vessels communicate with the exterior. This plate is known as the madreporite, Fig. 2, M. The organs for masticating the food are most highly developed in the regular echinoids, where the complex apparatus known as the lantern of Aristotle is found, case 38, to consist of 5 sets of pieces. The tooth is strong and beveled at its free end. It is supported by triangular jaws on either side, a pair uniting and having the form of an inverted pyramid. These alveoli are connected with their neighbors by oblong pieces, falces. Above these there are elongated bars, which are hinged onto the inner end of the falces and have their outer ends free. The whole lantern is connected to the test by muscles which pass from its sides to the auricles or upstanding pillars which lie round the mouth, and, owing to this muscular apparatus, the teeth are capable of complicated and various movements. In the opheuroids the edges of the mouth slits are provided with short spinous processes, varying a good deal in arrangement, but never having, apparently, any other function than that of a filtering apparatus. In the starfishes the plates round the mouth have a supporting function only. In crinoids and holothurians the mouth is unarmed. The latter are often remarkable for a deposit of calcareous plates in the walls of the gullet, and in the former the grooves on the arms are the lines along which food comes to the mouth. Echinoids live on seaweeds, and the animals that are found on them, such as have no teeth, like spat angus, case 32, use their spout-like mouth to take up the sand and debris on which they move, and from which they extract some nutriment. Ophiuroids live on the smaller foraminifera, asteroids on dead fishes, as line fishermen well know, oysters, and other mollusks, and even on specimens of their own particular species, holothurians on shell or coral debris and the minute organisms it contains, and crinoids on small tests of foraminifera and on the adults of small and larvae of larger crustacea. In a number of echinoids and asteroids some of the spines are specially modified to act as seizing organs, the free end being divided into 2, 3, or rarely 4 pieces, which are moved on one another by special muscles. These minute organs were regarded by earlier observers as parasites, and were named pedicellariae. They may be movable, when they have a stalk, or the stalk may be absent and the valves sessile. Considerable difficulty attaches to the determination of the use that these organs may be to their possessors, but there is reason to suppose that they may act as cleansing organs by removing minute particles of dirt, and as temporary organs of fixation, while Ampujo has observed their use as organs of defense. Echinoderms move but little. The unstalked crinoids, if they cannot find stones or worm tubes around which to attach themselves, swim by beating the water with their delicate arms, 5 being raised and 5 depressed alternately. The echinoid or asteroid is able to move by the aid of its podia or so-called ambulacral feet, which become erected by being filled with water, and are then contracted. By means of this contraction movement is effected. A similar kind of locomotion obtains with the pedate holothurians. In the ophiuroids the flexible arms either serve as the organs of movement, or act as an apparatus whereby the creature becomes coiled round the branches of corals, see case 20. Echinoderms are often of exceedingly bright colors, as is shown by the pictures on the wall, and are very conspicuous objects. This may, apparently, be associated with disagreeable tastes or odors. Sometimes they cover themselves over with seaweed, and so hide their brilliancy. The spines of some forms are exceedingly painful to the touch, and the stout plates of some of the goniasters must form admirable organs of protection. The power of restoring lost or injured parts is one of the most remarkable points in the echinoderm organization, see case 6. Echinoderms are of great geological age, and were very abundant in earlier periods of the world's history. 2 groups, the blastoids and cystids, have completely disappeared, and the stalked crinoids, liliancrinites, are far less common than they used to be. Echinoderms are now found in all seas, and extend to great depths of ocean. Many of the species have exceedingly wide areas of distribution, and most are characterized by their gregarious habits, a large number of specimens of a single species being generally obtained by the dredge. They are most abundant in the tropical seas. Most echinoderms lay their eggs in the water, where the larvae are developed and swim about freely, but in a few, Hemiaster, Ophiacantha vivipara, and others, the young do not pass through any metamorphosis, for the eggs are placed in special pouches of the body of the parent, in which they are hatched. The free-swimming larvae of the other echinoderms pass through a series of remarkable changes, figs 4 and 5, these are illustrated by the 12 models of various forms of larvae exhibited in case 36. In case 35 is a set of models showing in detail the changes undergone by a single species, Astrina gibosa. A portion only of the body of the larva is converted into the substance of the perfect animal, the rest is either absorbed by the growing animal, or shrivels up and disappears. Below the 12 models in case 36 may be seen a representation of 3 stages in the history of the feather star, Antedon bifida. The larvae of this echinoderm are not free, but are attached by a stalk, Fig. 6. In the common feather star and other Comatulidae the stalk is found during larval stages only, in others, such as Pentacrinus, it persists throughout life. The presence or absence of this stalk has been taken as the first character of importance in the classification of echinoderma, which may be divided into 2 groups: Apelmatozoa 24 or echinoderms provided with a stalk throughout life or in the larval stages only. To this group belong the Crinoidea, and the extinct Blastoidea, and Cystidea. Fig. 6. Pentacrinoid stage of Antedon rosacea. A. Arms. B. Basals. R. Radials. S. Stalk. B. Echinozoa, or echinoderms without stalks at any time of their existence. To this group belong the Asteroidea, Ophiuroidea, Echinoidea, and Holothurioidea. Crinoidea. This order may be described as stalked, globular, or cup-shaped echinoderms, in which the oral surface of the calyx or disc looks upwards, and in which 5-jointed and generally branched rays arise from the central disc. Their joints have jointed pinnules at their sides, and the sucking feet have the form of tentacles. The stalked representatives of this order are placed on tables and brackets near the south door, and are worthy of being particularly noticed for their fine preservation, size, and beauty. The largest specimen of Pentacrinus decorus was taken on a telegraph wire, to the covering of which the stalk of the crinoid is still attached. Metacrinus is a more lately discovered genus, which appears to be confined to the eastern seas. A few dried unstalked crinoids are shown in table case 1, these show the leading modifications of structure in the 2 great genera Antedon and Actinomytra. Fig. 7. Comet form of Lynchia. Asteroidea. This order comprises echinoderms with a depressed body of pentagonal or star-like shape, to the ventral surface of which the ambulacral feet are confined. The rays are more or less elongate movable arms, with skeletal structures, which consist of transversely arranged, paired, calcareous plates, articulated with each other like vertebrae, the series extending from the mouth to the end of the arms. The groove in which the ambulacral feet are arranged is uncovered. Typical specimens of this order are exhibited in cases 2 and 3, in which the great variety of form in the genus Asterias and beautiful examples of Acanthaster are shown. Cases 6 and 7 contain specimens illustrating the curious habit of self-mutilation possessed by so many echinoderms, among starfishes, and notably in the genus Lynchia. The single arms separated from the disc are able to develop a fresh disc and arms, and so to multiply the species. Cases 9 to 11 contain fine series of Ureaster, Ophiuroidea, or brittle stars. These echinoderms appear to resemble the ordinary starfish 25, but they differ in having the organs of digestion, respiration, and reproduction confined to the disc, the arms having merely the function of locomotor organs. The arms therefore are more slender and cylindrical in form, and are sharply distinct from the disc. The separate joints consist of 2 central ossicles, which leave only a narrow canal between them, and these are covered above, below, and at the sides by specially developed investing plates. The lateral plates bear spines, which are always comparatively short and delicate, as compared with the spines found at the sides of the arm in starfishes. The principal types of this order are exhibited in cases 17 to 22, the most exquisite of them are the forms whose arms are divided and subdivided till they end at last in the finest threads, as in Astrophyton, the so-called basketfish or gorgon's heads. Echinoidea, or sea urchins, are echinoderms in which the rays are not free, as in the starfishes or brittle stars, but unite to form a compact, spherical, heart or disc-shaped test. This test is covered with spines, which may attain to a great length, as is shown in the fine example of Diatomus saxodile from the Andaman Islands. Some of the tests are flexible and very fragile. Owing to the quantity of specimens that are sometimes dredged at one spot, the naturalist has been able to gain a better idea of the range of variation in the species of echinoderms than in some other divisions of the animal kingdom. An instructive series, showing the variations of Echinometroleucanter, is shown in case 28. The genus Hemiaster offers an example of an echinoderm in which the eggs are laid in special pouches. The hinder ambulacra are deepened to form pits, which are guarded by specially elongated spines. See case 34. In these pits the young pass through all the stages of their development. The minute structure of the spines of sea urchins is illustrated by a series of figures on the wall. The Holothurioidea, or sea cucumbers, form the last order of echinoderms. Their body, as indicated by their English name, is elongate, subcylindrical, with a more or less flexible integument, according to the extent of the reduction of the calcareous skeleton. The mouth is at one end of the body and surrounded by tentacles, the vent at the opposite end. As these animals cannot be shown in a dried state, some of them, preserved in spirit, are placed in wall case 4. According as they have or have not the sucking feet of the echinoderma, they are ordinarily divided into the pedida and the apida. The latter are represented by synapta, which may attain to a great length, and by chirodota. The pedida are illustrated by the genera Cucumaria, Solus, and Holothuria. Deep-sea investigations have revealed the existence of another group of specially modified holothurians, the Elacopoda. These are remarkable for their well-marked bilateral symmetry and the distinctness between the dorsal and ventral portions of the body. The prominent processes on the dorsal surface are not contractile. An exhibition of some interest is to be found in a table case against the wall, in which there are various specimens of the edible holothurians Trepang or Bêche de mer. These were all bought in the market at Canton, and may be taken to be typical of the kinds offered for sale in various eastern countries. Worms. By the name worms, people commonly indicate a number of different forms whose relations with one another are by no means so close as those of a holothurian and a crinoid, or a mussel and an octopus. There are not, indeed, any common characters by the possession of which the worm-like animals can at once be distinguished from other animals. We take the divisions, examples of which are here represented, either by drawings, models, or specimens preserved in spirit separately. The groups referred to may be enumerated as follows: Platyhelmia, Turbellaria, Trematota, Cestida, Nemertinia, Nematoidea, Chaetopoda. Platyhelmia, or flatworms. These form the lowest and simplest division of the group. The parasitic Platyhelmia, the tapeworms, Cestida, and the flukes, Trematota, occupy case I. The life history of the common tapeworm, Tenia solium, is shown by the aid of models and figures. A model of the anterior end of the common tapeworm shows the 4 suckers and the crown of hooks. The unjointed neck is followed by the joints, proglottids, which increase in size the farther they are from the neck. Several entire specimens of Tenia follow, showing the size of the whole worm and the form of its joints. The structure of the body is shown in the models of 2 joints. The growth and development of the tapeworm is dependent on a migration or a change of the hosts which it inhabits in the various stages of its life, and although the different kinds of tapeworm differ from each other somewhat in certain details of their migration and development, their life history exhibits, on the whole, the same events which we find in Tenia solium, a common tapeworm of man in northern Europe. This worm is matured in the intestines of man. Its final joints consist merely of fertilized ova which have already passed through the earlier stages of development. When the joints are detached and discharged, their contents escape in the form of embryos contained in a thick chitinous shell. If these are now swallowed by a pig, The shell is digested by the gastric juices of the new host, and a rounded embryo, which is provided with 3 pairs of hooks, is set free. By means of these hooks the guest makes its way through the wall of the stomach or intestine, and finally settles down in the muscles of its host. The embryo now loses its hooks, and gradually acquires a bladder-like form, the central cavity of which is filled with fluid. This bladder worm, Cysticercus, has its outer wall pushed inwards at the anterior end, and on this hooks and suckers become developed. We have now a narrow head and neck with an attached bladder, the head being at this time hollow. If during the long time that these bladder worms remain alive, the pig is killed for food, its flesh is found to be measly. If it is afterwards insufficiently cooked and eaten, the worms are conveyed into the human stomach. Here the bladder-like termination becomes absorbed, and, the neck beginning to grow, we have the commencement of the form from which we started, and the completion of that vicious circle which is so curious a characteristic of many forms of parasitic life. Fig 8. Tenia solium, showing the head, H, with its suckers, S, and crown of hooks, S, the unjointed neck, N, and a few of the succeeding joints, J. In other tapeworms the cyst may be more complicated than that in the pig, as, for example, the form found in the sheep's brain or the liver of the horse. Of the other cestode parasites mentioned should specially be made of those of fishes. The vulgar notion that the parasites of these animals are dangerous to man has been shown to be entirely erroneous. Fig 9. Limnia truncatula. The flukes infest animals of all kinds. That which is most dangerous to sheep, and the cause of much pecuniary loss, Distoma hepaticum, is selected here as a type. Its structure is shown by a large model, and its life history by a series of diagrams, figs 10 to 13. Here, again, we have a creature which infests 2 hosts. If the larvae which escape from the sheep fall on wet ground in or near a pool, they make their way to a small pond snail, Limnia truncatula, fig 9, into the lung chamber of which they bore their way. On leaving them the larva may be, and is, too frequently, eaten by a sheep, and makes its way into the liver of that animal, where it causes the disease known as the liver rot. The damage done by the liver fluke may be imagined from the fact that in the winter of 1879–80 no less than 3 millions of sheep died of rot in the United Kingdom. This heavy loss is no doubt largely due to the immense number of eggs to which a single fluke may give rise. It has been estimated that every fluke may produce, during its life, several thousands of eggs, and in one case Professor A. P. Thomas found as many as 7,400,000 eggs in the gallbladder of a sheep which was suffering from rot, and which, at that time, had in its liver about 200 flukes. The non-parasitic flatworms are shown, magnified, in the upper parts of cases I and II. The Turbellaria proper, without any or with a simple or a branched intestine, but without a vent, are represented by convoluta and the isonozoon. The general structure is shown by a diagram in case 2, which is here reproduced, fig 14. Planaria, the isonozoon, and bipalium serve to illustrate the forms of members of this group. The nemertine worms, Nemertinia, with a straight intestine, with a vent, and with a proboscis, may attain to a very considerable length. Carinella and Lineus are represented by large figures, and various species are shown in spirit. These forms, which used to be very unsatisfactory to exhibit, on account of the great difficulty of preserving them complete and uninjured, are now, with improved methods, very satisfactorily shown, as the specimens purchased from the Marine Biological Laboratory at Plymouth prove. Stages in the life history of the fluke. Fig 10. Egg of fluke, showing the operculum and the contained yolk spheres. Magnified 340 dioms. Fig 11. An embryo forcing its way by its boring papilla, p. Into the wall of the lung of a snail, ep. Magnified about 340 dioms. Fig 12. A young Rhedia, natural size 1/2 mm or superscript 1/5 inch pl, pharynx, g. Contained germs, p. Characteristic posterior processes of the Rhedia. Fig 13. Free swimming cercaria, before the commencement of the formation of the cyst. Magnified 100 dioms. Fig 14. Diagram of the structure of a turbularian, Ng, nerve, cerebral, ganglia, Nb, nerve branches, Yg, yolk glands, T, testis, O, ova, ovi, ovary, C, serous, M, mouth, pH, pharynx. Fig 15. Diagram of a nemertine, B, brain, M, mouth, N, renal organs, Id, diverticula of intestine, G, gonads, Sn, side nerve trunk, Pr, proboscis in its dorsal sheath. Fig 16. Diagram of the structure of a nematoid, M, mouth, pH, pharynx, A, anus, O, orifice of genital tube. Nematodes, threadworms or roundworms, these are for the most part parasitic, and infest plants as well as animals. The common roundworms living parasitically in man, Ascaris, Stronalus, Trichocephalus, belong to this order. Sometimes they are parasitic in their early stages and later live a free life, such are Gordius and Myrmis. A specimen of a mantid is exhibited from which half the body of the infesting Gordius has already protruded, Fig 17. One of the most remarkable Gordii is the great elongated G. fulgur, or lightning snake, from Celebes. Another very large nematode is the so-called guinea worm, or Dracunculus medinensis, which is found beneath the skin of the leg. It is very possible that this worm was the cause of the illness which afflicted the Israelites in their journey through the desert from Egypt to the Promised Land. Fig 17. Gordius escaping from a mantid. Fig 18. Figure of Trichina spiralis, showing the worms in seastead in mussel. Of all nematodes the most dangerous to man is the small worm which is known as Trichina spiralis. Fig 18. A series of models are shown which give a good idea of the structure of the female and the smaller male. The young make their way through the walls of the stomach of their host, and encyst themselves among its muscles. A piece of a sternothyroid muscle is shown, taken from a man in whose body it was calculated there were 40 millions of encysted trichinae. Other nematodes infesting man, such as Filaria sanguinis hominis, are too small for exhibition. Plants are not free from the attacks of nematodes, and examples are shown, accompanied by an illustrating figure, of the ear-cockle gall of wheat. This gall is due to the injuries inflicted by a minute threadworm Tylenchus tritici. Wheat is, of course, by no means the only cultivated plant that is attacked by these minute worms. The history of most has, however, still to be made out. Holding a somewhat uncertain position in relation to the roundworms are the parasitic acanthocephali, thorn-headed worms, and the free-swimming Chaetognatha, or bristle-jawed worms. Examples of both of these groups are shown, together with diagrams illustrative of their general structure. Annulata or Chaetopoda is so called because consisting of a series of rings, and being provided with chaetae or bristles, they are to be associated with the Arthropoda, under the one head Appendiculata, a better name than Articulata, since Cuvier did not include worms in his group. The creatures that are most familiarly called worms are to be found in Case 3. Here are a few examples of the numerous kinds of worms that are found living freely in the sea, of earth and freshwater worms, and of leeches. All these worms are distinctly characterized by the fact that they consist of a number of definite rings, somates, whence they have been called annulata. The marine worm and the earthworm differ from the leech in that these rings are provided with chaetae or bristles, of which there are a number in each bundle in the marine, and a few only in the terrestrial or freshwater form, hence the marine worms are called polychaeta and the latter oligochaeta. The former are divisible into two great groups. There are those that are free-swimming and are able to forage for themselves, such as the lovely sea mouse, Aphrodite aculeata, the large Eunice gigantea, the common Nereus pelagica, or the exquisitely colored Chloea flava. Others live a more retired life, dwelling in tubes, which they fashion for themselves. They lead either a solitary or a social life. Here we have examples of Sabella, Sabellaria, Serpula, a number of forms of worm tubes, showing their great variety and beauty. See especially the delicate Philograna, are to be seen in the small table cases placed against the north wall of the gallery. Attention should be especially directed to Mr. A. T. Watson's beautiful preparations of Tier Bella Literalis. We give a figure, Fig 19, after a drawing by that gentleman of the home of Pentholly's Oerstede, the tube-forming habits of which have been carefully observed by him. Fig 19. Home of Pentholly's Oerstede. Fig 20. Section across the body of an earthworm to show the disposition of the more important organs. The body wall, W, consists of dermis, circular, and longitudinal muscles. The body cavity is divided by membranes, C, into a series of chambers, in each of which opens the mouth of a coiled nephridium, N. The axis of the cavity is occupied by the intestine, I. Above and below it is a longer blood vessel, V, and below it is also the central nerve cord, NC. The oligochaeta are represented by the common earthworm, the influence of which in the formation of mold and in the general ploughing of the soil was carefully investigated by Mr. Darwin, and by the little Tubifex rivulorum, bloodworm, which owes both its red color and its ability to dwell in mud, which is so poor in oxygen as to be unfit for respiration, to the same chemical compound as that which gives the red color to our blood and carries the oxygen of respiration all over the body. Acanthobdella, E, eyes, ch, chaetae, s, sucker. The Hirudinea, or leeches, are often said to be distinguished from the Chaetopoda by the absence of bristles, but, as a fact, Acanthobdella, Figs 21 and 22, has very well marked bristles. They always have a sucker at the hinder end of the body by which they are attached to their prey. They are found in fresh water, Piscicula, on sea fishes, as Pontobdella, or in moist places, as the leech, Hirudo. The last named has 3 jaws, armed with as many as 90 denticles. Trochia subvirides, land leech, is a species which is found rarely and sporadically in England. The Myxostomeria form a division of Polychaeta, all the members of which live parasitically on crinoids, and otherwise present great differences in their habits. Some move about freely on the crinoids they infest, others are more sluggish and rarely move, others produce galls or cysts on their host, and yet others are internal parasites, and live in the alimentary canal. It is of interest to note that there are corresponding degrees of difference between the young and old specimens of the different groups of species. The general organization of Myxostomeria is shown in the accompanying figure, Fig 23, in which the dorsal wall of the body is supposed to be transparent so as to allow of the chief internal organs being seen. Fig 23. Diagram of Myxostomum to show the general form of the body and the marginal extensile cirri. C. Within these and on the ventral surface are 4 pairs of suckers, and more internally 5 pairs of appendages each bearing 2 hooks, the proboscis, P, the digestive tract and its ramifications, and the reproductive organs are outlined as if seen through a transparent wall, A, anus. The last group of worms here represented is that of the Jepharia, With the advance of our knowledge it is probable that they will be found to be more intimately allied to the Annulata than is now generally supposed. It will be seen indeed that Echiurus has bristles at its hinder end. Sipunculus is the best known representative of the unarmed Gepharia. Bonalia is interesting both from the fact that it owes its green color to a matter closely resembling the chlorophyll of green plants, and from the possession by the female of a proboscis, which is protruded from the hole in the rock occupied by the worm. The male is very much smaller than the female, and is not nearly so well developed. Owing to the mode of lighting the gallery, the visitor may have to shift his position several times before gaining a good view of the whole length of the proboscis. Index: Acanthaster, 114 Acanthobdella, 124 Acanthocephali, 122 Acmeidae, 9 Actinometra, 113 Adienidae, 66 Etheriidae, 39 Alcyonidium, 67 Amarusium, 99 Amathia, 67, 68 Amphineura, 7 to 9 Ampullariidae, 14 Ancylus, 27 Annulata, 122 Anodonta, 39 Antodon, 111 to 113 Aphrodite, 122 Aplacophora, 9 Aplyciidae, 23 Apida, 115 Appendiculariidae, 105 apple snails, 14 Archaeoteuthis, 48 Argonauta, 46 Ascaris, 120 Acidia, 83, 93 Acidiacea, 90 Acidii compositae, 96 Acidii salpiformes, 99 Acidii simplices, 90 Ascopodaria, 73 Astartidae, 38 Asterias, 108, 114 Asterina, 111 Asteroidea, 112, 113 Astrophyton, 114 Atlantidae, 22 auger shells, 21 Auriculidae, 26 Aviculidae, 33 Bartletia, 39 basketfish, 114 Basomatophora, 26 Bechdamare, 115 Bipalium, 118 bird's head coral line, 58 bladderworm, 117 Blastoidea, 112 bloodworm, 124 boat shells, 20 Boltinia, 91, 92 Bonalia, 126 Borer, 43 Botrylidae, 96, 97 Botryloides, 97 Botrylis, 97, 98 Bowerbankia, 67 Brachiopoda, 74 to 82 Brechites, 44 bristle-jawed worms, 122 brittle stars, 114 bubble shells, 23 Buccinidae, 18, 19 Bugula, 58, 59 Bulidae, 23 Cabiria, 62 Calamares, 4 Calyptriidae, 14 Cardiidae, 40 Cardiidae, 38 Coronariidae, 22 Carinella, 118 carrier shells, 17 Cassididae, 18, 19 Catenicelidae, 66 Cavolina, 23 Cellularina, 58 Cephalopoda, 45 to 50 Cerathiidae, 17 Cestida, 116 cestode parasites, 116 Chaetoderma, 9 Chaetognatha, 122 Chaetopoda, 116, 122 Chama, 41 Cheliosoma, 93 Chelostomata, 57 Chirotida, 115 Chiroteuthes, 47 Chitonidae, 7, 8 Chloea, 122 clams, 41 Clavigelidae, 44 Clavelina, 94, 95 Clavelinidae, 94 Clion, 24 coat of male shells, 7 Cockle, 40 Colella, 97, 98 Comatulidae, 111 Conchologists, 17 Canidae, 21 convoluta, 118 coralliophyllidea, 20 corbula, 42 cowries, 14 crania, 74, 80 creeping coral line, 60 crepidula, 14 crinoidea, 112 crinoids, 109 chrysia, 69 chrysiidae, 69 cristatella, 71, 72 cryptochiton, 8 cryptoplax, 8 tenostomata, 57, 66 cucumaria, 115 culeolus, 92 cup and saucer limpets, 14 current squirter, 92 cuspidariidae, 45 cuttlefish, 48 cyclophoridae, 13 cyclostomata, 57, 68 syntheidae, 91 cypraidae, 14 cysticercus, 117 cystidea, 112 dentaliidae, 28 desert snail, 6 diadema, 114 diazona, 94 dipsas, 36 dicynnidae, 80 distema, 118 distomidae, 96 doliidae, 18 doliolidae, 100, 103 doliolum, 90, 103 dracunculus, 121 discolia, 82 ear cockle gall, 122 ear shells, 12 earthworms, 124 echinoderma, 106 to 115 echinoidea, 112, 114 echinometra, 114 echinozoa, 112 echiurus, 126 ectoprocta, 57 elacopoda, 115 electra, 62, 63 elephant tooth shell, 1 entoprocta, 57, 73 escharina, 64 eulamellabranchia, 38 unis, 122 euthenura, 23 false limpets, 9 fan mussel, 34 fan shells, 38 fasciolariidae, 18 feather star, 111 filaria, 122 philobranchia, 32 philograna, 123 fissurellidae, 11 flatworms, 116 flukes, 118, 119 flustra, 54, 62 flustrina, 62 fountain shell, 17 fredericella, 71 freshwater limpets, 27 freshwater mussels, 38 freshwater oyster, 39 freshwater polyzoa, 70 freshwater snails, 7, 26 freshwater worms, 122 gapers, 42 gastropoda, 9 to 28 Jeffreya, 126 giant clam, 41 glassy nautilus, 22 glory of the sea cone, 21 glottidia, 78 goods iria, 99 gordius, 120, 121 gorgon's head, 114 guinea worm, 121 gymnolaemata, 57 gymnosomata, 24 haliotidae, 12 hammer oyster, 33 harpidae, 20 harp shells, 20 helicidae, 27, 28 helmet shells, 18 hemiaster, 110, 114 heteropoda, 22 hipparididae, 41 hirudinia, 124 hirudo, 124 holothuria, 107, 115 holothurioidea, 112, 115 ianthinidae, 16 idmonia, 69 julinia, 98 keyhole limpets, 11 kinetoscias, 59 to 61 kufus, 43 lamellabranchia, 29 to 45 land snails, 26 larvaceae, 104 leeches, 124 leprolia, 64 leptoclinum, 98, 99 Lycaenopora, 69 lightning snake, 121 liliancrinites, 110 limidae, 37 Limnea truncatula, 118 Limneae, 26 Limpet, 9 Limpet snails, 26 Lynchia, 113, 114 Linuas, 118 Lingula, 74, 75, 77 to 79 Lithodomus, 33 Litorinidae, 14 Liverfluke, 118 Liligo, 46 Lophopus, 71, 72 Lotoriidae, 18 Loxosoma, 73 Lucinidae, 38 Lunulites, 64 Mactridae, 40 Magellania, 75, 77, 82 Magellus, 20 Malleus, 33 Margaritana, 39 Marine worms, 122 Melaniidae, 17 Melegrina, 33 to 35 melons, 20 Membranopora, 63 Myrmis, 120 Metacrinus, 113 Mineralogists, 17 Mitridae, 18 Malgula, 91 Malgulidae, 90 Mollusca, 1 to 53 Municauri, 15 Moss animals, 56 Mucronula, 65 Malaria, 39, 40 Muricidae, 20 mussels, 33 mussels, freshwater, 38 Myidae, 42 Mytillidae, 33 Myxostomeria, 125 naked-gilled mollusks, 24 Natica, 15 Nautilus, 45, 49 Nematoidea, 116, 120 Nemertinia, 116, 118, 120 Neomenia, 9 Nereus, 122 Nerididae, 13 non-parasitic worms, 118 Nucleobranchiata, 22 Nucleidae, 31 Nudibranchia, 23, 24 Octacnemidae, 100 Octopus, 46, 47 Oikopleura, 104 Oligochaeta, 122, 124 Olividae, 20 Ophiacantha, 111 Ophiuroidea, 112, 114 Opisthabranchia, 23 Orange Cowrie, 15 Ureaster, 114 Ormers, 12 Ostradae, 36 Ovulidae, 15 Oyster, 36 Panthales, 123 Paper Nautilus, 46 Patella, 9 Pearl Oyster, 33 Pearly Nautilus, 50 Pectinibranchia, 13 Pectinidae, 38 Petida, 115 Pedicellinidae, 73 Palmatozoa, 111 Pantacrinus, 111, 113 Periwinkle, 14 Periphora, 95, 96 Phalacea, 93 Pharyngodictyon, 98, 99 Philas, 43 Phylactylaemida, 70 Pitax, 43 Pinna, 33, 34 Piscicola, 124 Planaria, 118 Platyhelmia, 116 Pleurotomaria, 11 Pleurotomatidae, 20 Plumatella, 71, 72 Polychaeta, 122 Polyclinidae, 96 Polyplacophora, 7 Polyzoa, 54 to 73 Pond mussel, 5 pond snails, 27 Pontobdella, 124 Poromyidae, 45 Pulp, 7 Proneomania, 7 Protobranchia, 31 Pseudolamellibranchia, 33 Solus, 115 Pterocera, 18 Pteropoda, 23 Pterotrachiidae, 22 Pulmonata, 25 to 28 Purpura, 20 Pyrosoma, 90, 99 Radiolididae, 41 razor shells, 42 Retipora, 65, 66 Rhodosoma, 93, 94 Rapalia, 96 Rinconella, 82 river snails, 13 rock shells, 20 roundworms, 118 Sabella, 122 Sabellaria, 122 saddle oysters, 32 salpa, 90, 100 to 103 salpati, 100 scala, 17 scallops, 38 scaphopoda, 28 schizoporella, 65 scorpion shells, 18 screw shells, 17 scrobiculariidae, 40 scropicellaria, 60, 62 sciotibranchia, 9 sea butterflies, 23 sea cucumbers, 106, 115 sea hare, 23, 24 sea lilies, 106 sea mad, 54 sea mouse, 122 sea slugs, 106 sea urchins, 106, 114 sea woodless, 7 selenariidae, 64 semele, 40 sepia, 46 to 48 sepula, 46 septibranchia, 45 serpula, 122 shipworm, 43 silk coral line, 68 siphonariidae, 26 sipunculus, 126 slipper limpets, 14 slit limpets, 11 slugs, 28 snails, 27 solenidae, 42 solenomiidae, 31 spat angus, 109 spirula, 49 spondylidae, 37 squid, 46 stalked crinoids, 110, 112 starfishes, 108 stichopus, 107 streptoneura, 9 strombidae, 17 strongylus, 120 stylopsis, 92 stylomatophora, 27 synapta, 107, 115 tenia, 116, 117. Tapeworm, 116 tectibranchia, 23 telina, 40 tierbella, 123 terebratula, 74, 82 terebratulina, 82 terebridae, 21 terito, 43, 44 testicella, 28 tethys, 24 thaliacea, 100 thecalia, 38 thesidae 81 thecosomata, 23 thorn-headed worms, 122 thorny oysters, 37 threadworms, 118 dizonozoon, 118 tooth shells, 28 top shells, 12 trematode, 116 trepang, 115 trichina, 121 trichocephalus, 120 tridacnidae, 41 trochisia, 125 trochidae, 12 trumpet shells, 18 tubifex, 124 tubulipora, 69, 70 tunicata, 83 to 105 ton. Shells, 18 turbellaria, 116, 118, 120 turbinidae, 12 turritellidae, 17 tylentius, 122 umbraculidae, 23, 24 umbraculum, 24, 25 umbrella shells, 23 unionidae, 38, 39 veneridae, 40 venous shells, 30 vermitidae, 17 vesicularia, 67 violet snails, 16 viviparidae, 20 volutes, 20 volutidae, 20 water clams, 37 watering pot shells, 44 water spondyli, 37 weaver's shuttle, 15 whelk, 18 window shells, 32 wing shells, 33 winkles, 14 worms, 116 to 126 worm shells, 17 worm tubes, 123 xenophoridae, 17 London, printed by William Clowes and Sons, Limited, Stamford Street and Charing Cross. 1A framed series of photographs, illustrating different kinds of raduli, is placed on the east wall of the gallery. 2 from Woodward's Manual of the Mollusca, published by Lockwood and Son. 3 from the Cambridge Natural History, Messrs. Macmillan and Co. 4. From the Greek, pteron, wing, and pos, foot. 5 from the Greek, scaphe, a small boat, and pos, a foot, the foot of some scaphopods being somewhat pointed like the prow of a vessel. 6 the term lamellibranchia is used instead of pelecypoda in deference to the wish of Professor Lancaster EAS 7. From the Encyclopaedia Britannica. Messrs. A and C. Black. 8 from the Cambridge Natural History. Messrs. Macmillan and Co. 9. From the Greek, kephal, head, and pos, foot. 10 zoon, animal, oikos, house. 11 lophos, plume, farine, to bear. 12 polus, many, zoon, animal. 13 bryon, moss. 14 ectos, outside, proctos, vent. 15 chylos, lip, stoma, mouth. 16 gumnos, naked, lamos, throat. 17 ctenos, of a comb. 18 phylacteon, to guard, lamos, throat. 19 kuklos, circle. 20 entos, inside, proctos, vent. 21 vibraculum, a bristle. 22 pyrosoma per, fire, soma, body. 23 It should be mentioned that one high authority, Professor W. K. Brooks, does not regard the life history of Salpa as an example of alternation of generations, but considers the solitary Salpa to be, not asexual, but a female which produces a chain of males, but it is impossible to enter into a difficult question of controversy here. 24 From the Greek pulma equals a stalk. 25 The asteroidea or Ophiuroidea may be counted under the name Stelliformia. Transcribers notes typos fixed, non-standard spelling and dialect retained. Used numbers for footnotes, placing them all at the end of the last chapter. End of the Project Gutenberg ebook. A guide to the shell and starfish galleries. Updated editions will replace the previous one. The old editions will be renamed. Creating the works from print editions not protected by U.S. copyright law means that no one owns a United States copyright in these works, so the Foundation, and you, can copy and distribute it in the United States without permission and without paying copyright royalties. Special rules, set forth in the general terms of use part of this license, apply to copying and distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark concept and trademark. Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark, and may not be used if you charge for an ebook, except by following the terms of the trademark license, including paying royalties for use of the Project Gutenberg trademark. If you do not charge anything for copies of this ebook, complying with the trademark license is very easy. You may use this ebook for nearly any purpose, such as creation of derivative works, reports, performances, and research. Project Gutenberg ebooks may be modified and printed and given away. You may do practically anything in the United States with ebooks not protected by U.S. copyright law. Redistribution is subject to the trademark license, especially commercial redistribution. Start, full license. The full Project Gutenberg license. Please read this before you distribute or use this work to protect the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting the free distribution of electronic works. By using or distributing this work, or any other work associated in any way with the phrase Project Gutenberg, you agree to comply with all the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license available with this file or online at www.gutenberg.org/license. Section 1. General Terms of Use and Redistributing Project Gutenberg Trademark Electronic Works 1.a. By reading or using any part of this Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work, you indicate that you have read, understand, agree to and accept all the terms of this license and intellectual property, trademark/copyright, agreement. If you do not agree to abide by all the terms of this agreement, you must cease using and return or destroy all copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in your possession. If you paid a fee for obtaining a copy of or access to a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work and you do not agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement, you may obtain a refund from the person or entity to whom you paid the fee as set forth in paragraph 1.e.8. 1.b Project Gutenberg is a registered trademark. It may only be used on or associated in any way with an electronic work by people who agree to be bound by the terms of this agreement. There are a few things that you can do with most Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works even without complying with the full terms of this agreement. See paragraph 1.c below. There are a lot of things you can do with Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works if you follow the terms of this agreement and help preserve free future access to Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. See paragraph 1.e below. 1.c. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the Foundation or PGLOF, owns a compilation copyright in the collection of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Nearly all the individual works in the collection are in the public domain in the United States. If an individual work is unprotected by copyright law in the United States and you are located in the United States, we do not claim a right to prevent you from copying, distributing, performing, displaying, or creating derivative works based on the work as long as all references to Project Gutenberg are removed. Of course, we hope that you will support the Project Gutenberg trademark mission of promoting free access to electronic works by freely sharing Project Gutenberg trademark works in compliance with the terms of this agreement for keeping the Project Gutenberg trademark name associated with the work. You can easily comply with the terms of this agreement by keeping this work in the same format with its attached full Project Gutenberg trademark license when you share it without charge with others. 1.d. The copyright laws of the place where you are located also govern what you can do with this work. Copyright laws in most countries are in a constant state of change. If you are outside the United States, check the laws of your country in addition to the terms of this agreement before downloading, copying, displaying, performing, distributing or creating derivative works based on this work or any other Project Gutenberg trademark work. The Foundation makes no representations concerning the copyright status of any work in any country other than the United States. 1.e Unless you have removed all references to Project Gutenberg, 1.e.1. The following sentence, with active links to, or other immediate access to, the full Project Gutenberg trademark license must appear prominently whenever any copy of a Project Gutenberg trademark work, any work on which the phrase Project Gutenberg appears, or with which the phrase Project Gutenberg is associated, is accessed, displayed, performed, viewed, copied or distributed. This ebook is for the use of anyone anywhere in the United States and most other parts of the world at no cost and with almost no restrictions whatsoever. You may copy it, give it away or reuse it under the terms of the Project Gutenberg license included with this ebook or online at www.gutenberg.org. If you are not located in the United States, you will have to check the laws of the country where you are located before using this ebook. 1.e.2. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is derived from texts not protected by U.S. copyright law, does not contain a notice indicating that it is posted with permission of the copyright holder, the work can be copied and distributed to anyone in the United States without paying any fees or charges. If you are redistributing or providing access to a work with the phrase Project Gutenberg associated with or appearing on the work, you must comply either with the requirements of paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 or obtain permission for the use of the work and the Project Gutenberg trademark as set forth in paragraphs 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.3. If an individual Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work is posted with the permission of the copyright holder, your use and distribution must comply with both paragraphs 1.e.1 through 1.e.7 and any additional terms imposed by the copyright holder. Additional terms will be linked to the Project Gutenberg trademark license for all works posted with the permission of the copyright holder found at the beginning of this work. 1.e.4. Do not unlink or detach or remove the full Project Gutenberg trademark license terms from this work, or any files containing a part of this work or any other work associated with Project Gutenberg trademark. 1.e.5. Do not copy, display, perform, distribute or redistribute this electronic work, or any part of this electronic work, without prominently displaying the sentence set forth in paragraph 1.e.1 with active links or immediate access to the full terms of the Project Gutenberg trademark license. 1.e.6. You may convert to and distribute this work in any binary, compressed, marked up, non-proprietary or proprietary form, including any word processing or hypertext form. However, if you provide access to or distribute copies of a Project Gutenberg trademark work in a format other than plain vanilla ASCII or other format used in the official version posted on the official Project Gutenberg trademark website, www.gutenberg.org, you must, at no additional cost, fee, or expense to the user, provide a copy, a means of exporting a copy, or a means of obtaining a copy upon request, of the work in its original plain vanilla ASCII or other form. Any alternate format must include the full Project Gutenberg trademark license as specified in paragraph 1.e.1. 1.e.7. Do not charge a fee for access to, viewing, displaying, performing, copying or distributing any Project Gutenberg trademark works unless you comply with paragraph 1.e.8 or 1.e.9. 1.e.8. You may charge a reasonable fee for copies of or providing access to or distributing Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works provided that, you pay a royalty fee of 20% of the gross profits you derive from the use of Project Gutenberg trademark works calculated using the method you already use to calculate your applicable taxes. The fee is owed to the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, but he has agreed to donate royalties under this paragraph to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Royalty payments must be paid within 60 days following each date on which you prepare, or are legally required to prepare, your periodic tax returns. Royalty payments should be clearly marked as such and sent to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation at the address specified in Section 4, Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. You provide a full refund of any money paid by a user who notifies you in writing, or by email, within 30 days of receipt that he does not agree to the terms of the full Project Gutenberg trademark license. You must require such a user to return or destroy all copies of the works possessed in a physical medium and discontinue all use of and all access to other copies of Project Gutenberg trademark works. You provide, in accordance with paragraph 1.f.3, a full refund of any money paid for a work or a replacement copy, if a defect in the electronic work is discovered and reported to you within 90 days of receipt of the work. You comply with all other terms of this agreement for free distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark works. 1.e.9. If you wish to charge a fee or distribute a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work or group of works on different terms than are set forth in this agreement, you must obtain permission in writing from the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the manager of the Project Gutenberg trademark. Contact the Foundation as set forth in Section 3 below. 1.f.1.f.1. Project Gutenberg volunteers and employees expend considerable effort to identify, do copyright research on, transcribe and proofread works not protected by U.S. copyright law in creating the Project Gutenberg trademark collection. Despite these efforts, Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, and the medium on which they may be stored, may contain defects, such as, but not limited to, incomplete, inaccurate or corrupt data, transcription errors, a copyright or other intellectual property infringement, a defective or damaged disk or other medium, a computer virus, or computer codes that damage or cannot be read by your equipment. 1.f.2 Limited warranty, disclaimer of damages, except for the right of replacement or refund described in paragraph 1.f.3, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, the owner of the Project Gutenberg trademark, and any other party distributing a Project Gutenberg trademark electronic work under this agreement, disclaim all liability to you for damages, costs, and expenses, including legal fees. You agree that you have no remedies for negligence, strict liability, breach of warranty or breach of contract except those provided in paragraph 1.f.3. You agree that the foundation, the trademark owner, and any distributor under this agreement will not be liable to you for actual, direct, indirect, consequential, punitive, or incidental damages even if you give notice of the possibility of such damage. 1.f.3 Limited right of replacement or refund. If you discover a defect in this electronic work within 90 days of receiving it, you can receive a refund of the money, if any, you paid for it by sending a written explanation to the person you received the work from. If you received the work on a physical medium, you must return the medium with your written explanation. The person or entity that provided you with the defective work may elect to provide a replacement copy in lieu of a refund. If you received the work electronically, the person or entity providing it to you may choose to give you a second opportunity to receive the work electronically in lieu of a refund. If the second copy is also defective, you may demand a refund in writing without further opportunities to fix the problem. 1.f.4 Except for the limited right of replacement or refund set forth in paragraph 1.f.3, this work is provided to you as is, with no other warranties of any kind, express or implied, including but not limited to warranties of merchantability or fitness for any purpose. 1.f.5 Some states do not allow disclaimers of certain implied warranties or the exclusion or limitation of certain types of damages. If any disclaimer or limitation set forth in this agreement violates the law of the state applicable to this agreement, the agreement shall be interpreted to make the maximum disclaimer or limitation permitted by the applicable state law. The invalidity or unenforceability of any provision of this agreement shall not void the remaining provisions. 1.f.6 Indemnity. You agree to indemnify and hold the foundation, the trademark owner, any agent or employee of the foundation, anyone providing copies of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works in accordance with this agreement, and any volunteers associated with the production, promotion, and distribution of Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works, harmless from all liability, costs, and expenses, including legal fees, that arise directly or indirectly from any of the following which you do or cause to occur. A. Distribution of this or any Project Gutenberg trademark work. B. Alteration, modification, or additions or deletions to any Project Gutenberg trademark work, and C. Any defect you cause. Section 2. Information about the mission of Project Gutenberg trademark. Project Gutenberg trademark is synonymous with the free distribution of electronic works in formats readable by the widest variety of computers including obsolete, old, middle-aged, and new computers. It exists because of the efforts of hundreds of volunteers and donations from people in all walks of life. Volunteers and financial support to provide volunteers with the assistance they need are critical to reaching Project Gutenberg trademark's goals and ensuring that the Project Gutenberg trademark collection will remain freely available for generations to come. In 2001, the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation was created to provide a secure and permanent future for Project Gutenberg trademark and future generations. To learn more about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation and how your efforts and donations can help, see sections 3 and 4 and the Foundation information page at www.gutenberg.org. Section 3. Information about the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. The Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation is a non-profit 501(c)(3) educational corporation organized under the laws of the state of Mississippi and granted tax-exempt status by the Internal Revenue Service. The Foundation's IN or Federal Tax Identification Number is 64-6221541. Contributions to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation are tax-deductible to the full extent permitted by U.S. federal laws and your state's laws. The Foundation's business office is located at 809 North 1500 West, Salt Lake City, Utah 841-16801-596-1887. Email contact links and up-to-date contact information can be found at the Foundation's website and official page at www.gutenberg.org/contact section 4. Information about donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation. Project Gutenberg trademark depends upon and cannot survive without widespread public support and donations to carry out its mission of increasing the number of public domain and licensed works that can be freely distributed in machine-readable form accessible by the widest array of equipment including outdated equipment. Many small donations, $1 to $5,000, are particularly important to maintaining tax-exempt status with the IRS. The Foundation is committed to complying with the laws regulating charities and charitable donations in all 50 states of the United States. Compliance requirements are not uniform and it takes a considerable effort, much paperwork, and many fees to meet and keep up with these requirements. We do not solicit donations in locations where we have not received written confirmation of compliance. To send donations or determine the status of compliance for any particular state, visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. While we cannot and do not solicit contributions from states where we have not met the solicitation requirements, we know of no prohibition against accepting unsolicited donations from donors in such states who approach us with offers to donate. International donations are gratefully accepted, but we cannot make any statements concerning tax treatment of donations received from outside the United States. U.S. laws alone swamp our small staff. Please check the Project Gutenberg web pages for current donation methods and addresses. Donations are accepted in a number of other ways including checks, online payments, and credit card donations. To donate, please visit www.gutenberg.org/donate. Section 5. General information about Project Gutenberg trademark electronic works. Professor Michael S. Hart was the originator of the Project Gutenberg trademark concept of a library of electronic works that could be freely shared with anyone. For 40 years, he produced and distributed Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks with only a loose network of volunteer support. Project Gutenberg trademark ebooks are often created from several printed editions, all of which are confirmed as not protected by copyright in the U.S. unless a copyright notice is included. Thus, we do not necessarily keep ebooks in compliance with any particular paper edition. Most people start at our website, which has the main PG search facility, www.gutenberg.org. This website includes information about Project Gutenberg trademark, including how to make donations to the Project Gutenberg Literary Archive Foundation, how to help produce our new ebooks, and how to subscribe to our email newsletter to hear about new ebooks. A guide to the shell and starfish galleries, mollusca, polyzoa, brachiopoda, tunicata, echinoderma, and worms. Preface. Table of Contents. General Notes on Mollusca. Class I Amphineura. Class II Gastropoda. Section Streptoneura. Section Euthenura. Class 3 Scaphopoda. 5 Class 4 Lamellibranchia. 6 Protobranchia. Fig 25, A. Philobranchia. Fig 25, B. Pseudolamellibranchia. Eulamellibranchia. Fig 25, C. Septibranchia. Fig 25, D. Class V Cephalopoda. 9 Alphabetical index of the families and principal genera of mollusca exhibited in the shell gallery. Polyzoa. Suborder 1 Chelostomata. Suborder 2 Tenostomata. Suborder 3 Cyclostomata. Order 2 Phylactylaemata. Brachiopoda. Section I Inarticulata. Section 2 Articulata. Tunicata. Order I Acidiacea. Suborder 1 Acidii simplicis. Suborder 2 Acidii compositae. Suborder 3 Aceti salpiformes. Order 2 Thaliacea. Order 3 Larvacea. The Starfish Gallery. Echinoderma. Worms. Index. The full Project Gutenberg License 3, 4, V 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 90, 91, 100, 100, and 2, 110, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110 56 57 58 59 60 61 62 63 64 65 66 67 68 70 71 72 73 74 75 76 77 78 79 80 81 82 83 84 85 86 87 88 89 90 91 92 93 94 95 96 97 98 99 100 101 102 103 104 105 106 107 108 109 110 111 112 115 116 117 118 119 120 121 122 123 124 125 126 127 128 129 130